Good morning. It's Tuesday, the 27th of January 2026. You're welcome to the morning news. In the headlines, financial analysts project the Ghana cedi to rise to 42% appreciation in 2026, outperforming record-breaking 40% in 2025. And alleged fraud and romance scam suspect Abu Treka rearrested shortly after an Accra High Court discharged him. And Ghana extends stay of troops in Jamaica by 30 days to continue their post-disaster reconstruction support. And now the details. Personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces stationed at Wale Wale in the Northeast region have assaulted Northeast Regional Correspondent of Media General while he was recording an exercise being conducted by the soldiers. Solomon Kwame Kankuli reported that the soldiers were carrying out an operation unknown to the municipal security coordinator, who is also the municipal chief executive. It is reported that the municipal chief executive ordered a roadblock to demand an explanation from the soldiers. The soldiers reportedly failed to provide a satisfactory explanation to the MCE, who insisted on answers as to why the road had remained blocked. The reporter filmed the actions of the soldiers, who became infuriated, seized his phone, and subjected him to severe beatings. Two of the military personnel allegedly used sticks and whips on his back several times, accusing the reporter of parking his motorbike in an unauthorized area. His disclosure that he was a journalist was ignored by the soldiers, who continued assaulting him. We'll bring you more on this matter in subsequent bulletins. However, drama unfolded at the corridors of the Accra High Court when officials of the Narcotics Control Commission suspended the joy of alleged fraud and romance scam suspect Abu Treka by rearresting him shortly after the court discharged him. Frederick Kumi and two others had pleaded not guilty to charges of defrauding by false pretense and money laundering. Lord Idwasari was in court and reports.
Early on Monday, January 26, the Gbese District Court discharged Abu Treka and two alleged accomplices, Lord Ishan and Bernard Edu, after the state withdrew the charges against them. Abu Treka is facing romance fraud allegations for which the United States of America has submitted a request to the Ghanaian authorities for his extradition. At the High Court, Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai informed the court that the prosecution had filed a notice of withdrawal against Abu Treka, Lord Ishan, and Bernard Edu, and hence noted that the applications by the applicants had become moot. Lawyers of Abu Treka and Bernard Edu had filed separate applications to quash the proceedings before the Gbese District Court and their discharge. Oliver Bakavomawo told the court that despite the prosecution withdrawing the charges against his client, he was still in detention. Responding to the statements, Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai intimated that steps would be taken for his discharge. After hearing both counsel, the presiding judge struck out the application, holding that the discharge of the applicant meant the certiorari application had become moot. Abu Treka was, however, rearrested by officials of the Narcotics Control Commission on the corridors of the High Court after proceedings ended. Counsel for Bernard Edu, one of the alleged accomplices of Abu Treka, expressed satisfaction at the notice of withdrawal by the prosecution.
The state had nothing against the two others. So that's what we preach for from day one. And if the Attorney General has seen light in that and done the answer, we welcome the decision of the court. Taking back to the narcotics headquarters, I'm yet to know why they are there, but I believe it's for administrative purposes. So whatever transpires there, I'll let you.
Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
The Chief Justice, Paul Bafoboni, has emphasized the need to protect judicial staff from attacks and ensure security for court premises and judicial officers. During a visit to the Ghana Police Service in Accra, the Chief Justice discussed ways to enhance collaboration between the judiciary and the police.
The Chief Justice, Paul Bafoboni's visit to the police headquarters here in Accra is part of ongoing efforts to strengthen the relationship between the judiciary and law enforcement agencies. Justice Bafoboni emphasized the importance of protecting judicial staff from attacks and ensuring security for court premises and judicial officers. He also highlighted the need for effective evidence gathering and preservation, as well as the need to address delays in prosecution. The Chief Justice, Paul Bafoboni, was sworn into office on November 17, 2025 by President John Mahama following his nomination and parliamentary approval. In the latter part of 2025 and this year, he has been engaging in high-level courtesy calls and meetings with key security and government officials to strengthen interinstitutional cooperation. He met with the Ghana Prison Service to discuss the need for collaboration between the judiciary, police and prison services to improve the criminal justice system, specifically addressing remand inmates' delays. He also paid a courtesy call on the Education Minister Haruna Idrisu, Finance Minister Dr. Kasiela Toforsen to discuss support for the judiciary, where he highlighted the need to address court congestion.
Ghana has officially extended the stay of its troops deployed to Jamaica to support post-disaster reconstruction beyond the initial 90-day period. Paying a courtesy call on Jamaica's Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, a Ghanaian delegation led by the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Deputy Defense Minister announced that the President, Mahama, has approved an additional 30 days for the troops to remain in the country.
The visit to Jamaica forms part of an inspection tour to assess the activities of Ghanaian troops deployed to assist in rebuilding affected communities following Hurricane Melissa. Following a formal request by Jamaica's Minister for Foreign Affairs for an extension of the deployment, Foreign Affairs Minister Okudzeto Ablakwa confirmed that President Mahama had granted approval for the troops to stay for a further 30 days to complete ongoing reconstruction works.
This was originally planned to be a 30-day operation. We call it Operation Boafo. Boafo in the Akan language means to assist, to help. So Operation Boafo was originally scheduled to last for 30 days. They asked for an extension because of the extent of devastation. And that was extended to about 15 February. But after assessment yesterday, we decided to extend again. And the President of Ghana has graciously permitted us to continue with Operation Boafo for another 90 days.
In response, Prime Minister Andrew Holness expressed appreciation to President Mahama and the people of Ghana for their timely support and solidarity since the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa.
Personal gratitude and the gratitude of the people of Jamaica. He was very responsive to our calls, and we spoke a few times, and he was very quick in mobilizing the resources, which shows his own concern and his own heart towards Jamaica and the region.
Hurricane Melissa caused widespread damage in parts of Jamaica, leaving several communities with destroyed homes, damaged public infrastructure, and disrupted livelihoods. In the wake of the disaster, international partners including Ghana provided technical and humanitarian assistance to support recovery and reconstruction efforts.
Meanwhile, President Mahama is seeking the support of Jamaica's Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, ahead of plans to file a resolution at the United Nations on the 25th of March, calling for the transatlantic slave trade to be declared the greatest crime against humanity. Delivering the request on behalf of the President, Minister for Foreign Affairs Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa said the President Mahama is counting on Jamaica's backing to push for a total justice and global accountability for the atrocities associated with slavery.
According to the Foreign Affairs Minister, the proposed resolution forms part of Ghana's broader advocacy for historical justice, reparations, and international recognition of the lasting impact of the transatlantic slave trade on Africa and the diaspora.
But President Mahama wants us to also seek your support. He will be filing a resolution at the UN on the 25th of March to have the UN declare the transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity. We all must commit to that cause. Others received reparations. The Jews were, compensated after the Holocaust. The slave owners were compensated for losing the slaves when slavery was abolished. So there's absolutely no reason why we should accept those who are still in denial, who are distorting history, and who are refusing to compensate and to restitute.
Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holders welcomed the initiative and reaffirmed Jamaica's commitment to advancing global conversations on slavery, reparatory justice, and the protection of the dignity of people of African descent.
There is collaboration and support from the region for this general movement for reparations. As it relates to civil, we're most pleased that you will partner with us in establishing a monument. It is historically very significant era for us, and I think it would be a good symbolic gesture, as it would be a material investment in the cultural asset that exists.
34 garaged cars burnt, over 20 shops reduced to ashes. That was the extent of the horror scores of artisans and mechanical shop operators and what they had to endure on Sunday night. In a moment of uncontrolled blaze, a nearby fire station had no tender. Evan Sinkum and Kwame Boafo revealed the untold story of the recent fire at Sofoline.
Anguish, anxiety, fortunes turning into ashes, smoke billowing into the thick dark clouds. Onlookers and owners of lighted shops watch helplessly. Just half a kilometer away is this fire station, but with no fire tender. Over 2 years, it is only a building with stationed officers. In the thick of affairs, these firefighters had to be drawn from Bremen, several kilometers away, to fight a ravaging fire. 34 garaged vehicles burnt. Over 20 containers filled with spare parts, no more.
Fire tender station ha kambasa me am drive car ko kaino asa no fia say tre adai the fire tender ha nye sure say dia no betumi
The MC for Kwadaso, Eric Asibe, says their preliminary investigation point to an avoidable situation.
The fire, in a way, what we gathered there emanated from a certain refuse or the rubbish that an unknown person set fire into.
The MP for Kwadaso, Professor Kinsley Nyakun, says he will push for a fire tender.
I'm going to take it upon myself to have a discussion with the Minister for the Interior, Honorable Haji Mubarak Muntaka, to see how they can get us a fire tender. Not only
victims of Sunday's fire continue to count their loss.
And finally, former Speaker of Parliament and founding member of the NPP, Professor Mike Okwe, has criticized the current lithium agreement under the leadership of the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa. He says the deal, which seems to put a seal on how much Ghana can get from our resource, is very bad for the economy. He spoke in an exclusive interview with Beatrice Sedu.
First of all, it was 10%. But now, have you seen the starting point? It's going to be 9%. Already there. it's lower. But even when the MPP government was talking 10%, I was saying no. Because we want to own the thing. You are talking to me about royalty. The owner, it's a colonial arrangement, which long is gone. When the white man actually owned everything, he owned everything because we were colonized. And then they gave us royalties, and we want royalty again. You have mentioned this. Now we start from 9%, and then we graduate it to 13%. Who puts a ceiling upon what you can pay him for what belongs to him? And that is what I'm against. We are Ghanaians, government of Ghana. We own the lithium. We are giving it to you. Then we say that when it goes up to a certain price, don't pay me more than 13%. It is your benefit. So why do you say we must have a ceiling? So I want to use your channel to let Honorable Ama Kofi Bua know that he had no reason to tell us that he was very happy about what has been done. Because you cannot be happy with such an arrangement.
And that's it for the morning news. We'll be back with more on TV3 Newday. My name is Na Ashoko. Stay with us.
Another season is here again.
Let's rush, everyone!
And it's a comeback. And we are bringing back your old favorite contestants.
2 months of no the full basket.
I defended you, and the reason you're still standing here, do you know that?
Brutalized. Just look at this.
All right, let's give you some context. Let's explain exactly what happened. So, the picture you see on the screen is a picture of the back of Media General journalist Solomon Kwame Kankule. This happened yesterday in the Northeast. He's our Northeast correspondent. According to him, the soldiers or men in military uniform brutalized him with sticks and wires. They detained him for well over 2 hours, and they factory reset his mobile phone. What did he do to deserve this? He had allegedly parked his motor bicycle at an unauthorized area or in an unauthorized zone. He tried to explain to them that he was a journalist. One military officer, I beg your pardon, appeared, according to the narration, to stop brutalizing him when he found that he was a journalist. But a second officer who came continued to whip him with wires. And then they proceeded to detain him. Subsequently, they had their commander speak to him, apologize to him for what had happened, and literally just, talk to him to calm him down. And soon after that, his phone was handed back to him, totally erased. Now, he spoke to the Ghana Tonight team. He spoke to Mr. Okanse yesterday on Ghana Tonight. We'll bring you a video or the sound bite of his narration of exactly what happened yesterday. But this is the back of Media General journalist Solomon Kwame. He's our Northeast regional correspondent. And this is the unfortunate thing that happened to him yesterday while he was going about his duties as a journalist. Very unfortunate. Very recently, we were talking about some other brutality, I believe it was police, on journalists in Ghana, and what this means for the meaning of press freedom in Ghana. We'll bring you some details on attacks and brutalities on journalists that have happened over the last year, from 2025 till now. We'll bring you some details on that. But this is what happened. Only yesterday. Now, Roland, you've been practicing as a journalist longer than all of us here. Is this okay? Let's talk about. Let's take you back to some of the incidents that have happened in the past, and then Roland will give us some more highlights on, safety, practicing as a journalist and safety matters. June 2021, soldiers brutalized civilians over missing mobile phones. 86 soldiers involved were said to have been punished. March 2023, soldiers brutalized residents of Taifa in Ashaiman after killing of a 22-year-old soldier from the Ghana Armed Forces Band in Sunyani. And this was a very unfortunate event, if you remember correctly. October 2023, soldiers ransacked homes and brutalized residents of Garu in response to an earlier attack on national security operatives. February 2025, residents of Walewale alleged military brutality in the wake of Boku conflict. March 2025, soldiers brutalized some residents of Boku days after a soldier was shot dead. So these are some incidents of military brutalities. We'll bring you some incidents of brutalities against journalists and the media shortly. We'll bring you those numbers over the last 1 year. But Roland, what can you say about this?
Well, I know that the Ghana Armed Forces will issue a public relations statement and then be on that public relations stance. But I think that in a democratic nation and state like that, this should not be happening. And foremostly, of course, all of us, just like all journalists, particularly within the fraternity and subsidiaries of Media General, go through these trainings consistently to be cautious and to do your work. But at the end of the day, you should be granted access to be able to film, to be in a position where you are undertaking the work because of public good to unravel whatever it is you think is newsworthy as a reporter on the field. And I think the various institutions in this democratic state need to be very much aware about the roles and the responsibilities from both sides that journalists and they themselves also have to play. Now, in context, this happens across the world. But I think that consistently to have this happening to our colleague, particularly when the one meting this out to the journalists is within the military, I think it's unfortunate. Because the military has been trying to improve their relations with civilians over the years. While this will be part of the numbers and the statistics we have, I think that this should not be happening. Yeah, of course, many of us have suffered brutalities in the hands of many people, whether they are political party members who are angry or some others who may be angry at various incidents or at shooting points where you are caught in fire, etc. over the years. But at the end of the day, nothing justifies those actions, particularly when journalists and ordinary Ghanaians are involved.
Yeah. Cookie, you're quiet.
Yeah, because I'm a little confused. I just want to know if it's normal practice that to instill discipline, is it okay or is it appropriate for items like the wire and the cane to be used physically on civilians by the police, by the military. Yes, I don't know if it's normal practice, and I want to understand what the import of beating up somebody like this would, what message are you trying to pass across? Is it a deterrent to the other people in the community? Is it to punish the person for the said offense? And when you listen to him, he said he didn't even park in an authorized place. He had parked in an authorized place.
In front of a shop.
Exactly. He had actually moved the motorbike, and he was on his way home before he was accosted again by these military officials who then took him to their base to further brutalize him. I don't understand to what effect, what he was supposed to do. I just don't get it. And to personally pick someone's phone, to go through it, and then to format it back to factory settings, it doesn't make sense to me. That's why I'm quiet. I'm trying to go through my thought process to see if I can put the pieces together. A whole lot of things are wrong here. It's not adding up for me.
He was assaulted. It's against the law. It's right to privacy. I mean, you took his phone.
Yes.
You read his messages.
He not just read, went through the entire phone.
Asked him questions about, conversations with his boss here at Media General.
I don't understand.
And then went ahead to factory reset the phone.
And then when you're asked why you did that, you said if your job is on the line and if he's about to destroy it, what does he expect you to do? So you wiping off the evidence on the phone is what is going to secure your job. Now look, it's in the public domain. Everybody's talking about it. It's here on TV. We are going to be talking about it, and you'll be fished out. So to what end?
Well, he spoke yesterday on Ghana Tonight, and he's going to be joining us this morning in a bit to tell us more about it. Also, we spoke to security consultant, Mr. Kumado, and he also explained from a security point of view some of the, and he always does this, when things like this happen. He gave us some pointers. We're going to bring you his explanation or his position on what happened and how journalists and other civilians can protect themselves, so to speak, so things like this don't happen to them. Roland Solomon has now joined us.
Well, Solomon, good morning, and thank you for joining us. Now, based on your account and experiences, how was it? Tell us.
All right, thank you so much. In fact, Roland, I would say it hasn't been well at all because, in fact, the experience yesterday, in fact, it made me feel like I shouldn't even be in the journalism sector. Because looking at how they matched me to their camp and they surrounded me, when they matched me to where they were camped, as soon as I got there, about 40 of them were rushing towards where I was. Then the commander there told them that, no, go out, go out. Do you know why I've called him? So he invited me closer to the car he was in. And in fact, he started, bring the phone, bring the phone. So as if he wanted to attack me at that moment. So I started shivering, and he asked that I show him my phone pattern, which I did. So he operated my phone for several hours. At a point, the phone went off, and he had to ask for a power bank, and then the power bank also wasn't working. So they spare one of their cars, he connected it, and he went through my private chats and almost everything I have on the phone. He erased it. I was working on several stories. I have the interviews on the phone. And these are stories I have to travel to other areas to cover. And he erased everything. So as I said to you this morning, yesterday night, it wasn't easy with me struggling. I couldn't even sleep at all. So, in fact, the experience is bad, Roland.
Now, particularly, what you're narrating indicates that this was undertaken without any provocation, not even to talk about extreme provocation. Is that not it?
Yes.
What exactly happened, Solomon? Can you tell us what exactly happened? What did you do? How did this act of whipping you and seizing you and moving you happen? What necessitated this?
Okay, so how it all happened has to do with I have a load I was expecting to come from Tamale. So earlier I was going to a village to interview some people about a story I was working on. So I told the Walwali station man to receive the message on my behalf because it will come at the time that I will not be in town. So fortunately, on my return, his call came asking me to come to the station. So all I know was I was going to pick up the goods. So when I got there, he told me that military men came around and they were just beating people. There were some 207 cars. They used knives and then they destroyed the tires. I said, oh, did they tell them why they were doing that? Then they said no. So I said, okay, then let me find out. I called the district municipal chief executive and I asked him that I see aware of any military operations, and he said no. So I quickly called the police commander. So when I called the police commander, he told me he is also not aware. So by then I didn't see them. So I decided to ride to a shop and buy something from it. So I rode and parked by the roadside. The moment I parked, about 3 steps away from my motor to the shop, then they arrived there and asked, whose motorbike is this? Though there are other motorbikes parked. I said, oh, before I could open my mouth to say, it is mine, then they strike it on my back. So he saw me wearing, I was wearing Onia TV branded t-shirt. So when he saw it, he couldn't apply the second screw. So he asked me, who are you? And I said, oh, I'm the Northeast Regional Correspondent for Media General. Before I could complete the sentence, then another one from behind came and he gave me the second screw. He struck it also at my back. So the one who interrogated me first said I am a journalist. And then the second person said, and so what? And so what? So before he could say, and so what? The third and fourth stroke came. So it was so serious that, in fact, people around, it created a scene and then people started to run.
Okay, so you were not on a mission to report or anything like that? You were on a private errand?
Yeah, because I wasn't to report. I was only trying to find out from the stakeholders, the MC, the police command, to know if there is any exercise going on so that I can report on that. Because it created a scene where people were running and other motorbikes were being thrown out into the gutter. And any car they see parked, they destroy the tires.
And when they said that you were parked in an unauthorized zone. I believe that's what you said earlier. That they said you had parked your motorbike in an unauthorized zone. Was this correct?
Yes, that was. They didn't even say it's an authorized zone. They just asked, whose motorbike is this? So before I could say it is mine, then they started the beating. I didn't even conclude my sentence. When I said, oh, please, it's for me, then the beating started.
Okay. And when they subsequently detained you at their base, where they took you to, and they took your phone and went through it, did they indicate to you that anything on your phone was the reason they had detained you? Did they talk to you about what was on your phone?
Well, they didn't specify. What he said was, if I find out that you have our pictures, our videos, we'll deal with you. So knowing that I didn't have something of that sort, so I handed over the phone. He went through, he saw that I have pictures of my back sent to Media General, my bosses. And then the regional minister also requested for it, which I sent to him. So when they saw it and the report I attached to, sending it to Media General managers, then he told me what I have sent out already, that when they are settling down, people are saying they are not working. And when they come out to work, to the media want to report whatever they are doing. That I've already even reported that they have assaulted me, and it's part of their work. That was what he said.
He said that you had reported that they had assaulted you, and that was part of his work to assault you.
Yes, he even opened his phone and he was showing me the military code of ethics that when they are out to work and anyone who tries to block them, they have to subject the person to some minor punishment, which he said is the beatings they have given to me.
So they claim that you were blocking their work, and so they had to beat you. That's what they're saying.
That was what he said.
And that's the one they call the minor. So the strokes on his back is the minor one.
I suppose so. And did they find any videos of themselves on your phone? Had you filmed them prior?
Please come again.
Had you filmed them? Did you take videos of them on your phone?
They didn't see any video of them. The video they saw had to do with the environment. It wasn't a video showing them doing or at their camp or whatever they are doing. It's just a video painting out the atmosphere there, but not them. So he didn't comment that he had seen a video showing them. What he said was, why is it that I've already sent? He read the report I sent to my boss. So he read it and asked me, why is it that I sent such a report? And I said, that was what happened.
Okay. How are you feeling this morning?
Okay, so for this morning, though a bit okay, but I can still feel the pains. As I talk, my back, I can still feel it. And I can't shake my head. This morning, I have just some slight headache.
I'm sorry about that. Have you been to the hospital?
Yes, I went to the hospital yesterday, so they gave me some medications, which I am taking for now.
Did they ask you to come back after a few days or something?
Yes, they asked me to come tomorrow.
Okay.
That after taking the medication, however I feel, but he said I should come back tomorrow.
Okay. But let's talk about you as a person. Minus the pains that you're feeling and everything, you feel traumatized?
Yes, sure. Because, in fact, like I said before, I feel like, why should I even be in this sector? Because going out and the way they were beating me and even how they detained me, in fact, it was an environment that I'm somebody that honestly doesn't like to see weapons. And all these men, numbering about 50, were well armed, and only me being among the people. So I was like, if anything happens, what am I going to do? And most of them were showing me their weapon and then the cane, the wire they use, and even asking if they can deal with me again. So, in fact, at that moment, I felt being traumatized.
At a point, did you feel that you probably would not make it back home?
Sure, because looking around, I felt like these people, no one was there. So I felt like these people can't even kill me here. I was shivering, and in fact, it wasn't easy being a civilian among over, let me say, 50 military men, well armed.
You mentioned that you had sent the message to the MCE, and you had also spoken to the regional minister. I think that's what you said. At the points where they took you to their base, were these men aware, were these people in authority aware that that was where they had taken you to?
Nobody was aware because they took me out of the town. And the Petrusha where they were camped is a big distance from the roadside. Though people could see military men gathered, but no one would see a civilian among them because I was in the middle and their cars were even around me. So no one was aware, apart from when he gave me a call that their commander wants to talk to me. And the commander said the regional minister called him and was questioning him why they were taking that exercise. So I spoke to him, and he said he's apologizing on behalf of men, and tells that they will release me to go. But after the call, I was there for more than 2 hours.
Solo, it's unfortunate what happened to you. First of all, we stand with you as a journalist and, of course, as a media house, Media General. I do believe that the needed support would be given you. Stay put, keep well. Please take your medicine. But just in case you still do not feel okay, I would suggest that you go back to the hospital this morning to be checked, since you are still not feeling okay, especially with your head. It's quite important that you go back to be checked. But I do believe Media General gives support to every single one of their staff, and you will not be forgotten. I'm sure that the needful would be done by Media General, and of course the response that we're also going to be receiving from the military as well. We are very sorry what happened to you, but keep well and take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Solomon Kwame Kana Luwe is our Northeast regional correspondent. The unfortunate incident happened yesterday. He's still trying to recover. When you speak to him, even his voice can tell you that he's still very traumatized.
He is.
When you asked him about his state of mind, can you just imagine thinking that he might not survive this, that he just might die, and I
mean, 60 military men with their rifles showing and all of that, that could be really scary.
Yeah.
Your soul will leave your body. Your soul
This is the sort of thing that you would never forget. And we're very sorry that this has happened to you. It's very unfortunate. I can only imagine his state of mind, fearing for his life.
There's a message here that's a little confusing, but I'll still read it because it's coming from Rashman, and he says, Roland, who in Ghana does not know what is going on in the Mamprusi community? The Mamprusis had warned that they are going to use their cars to block the roads permanently, which we are all aware of. So the military are making sure nothing like that happens. And you as a journalist does not know this. Roland, this, I'm sorry, but I have to read this part, but I condemn what you've said. It says that, Roland, this journalist wasn't beating well. Don't joke with the military in the northern parts of the country because they are actually in a war zone. Yes, we understand that they have to do their job, but I don't think that I would condone these type of messages when you write and say that the journalist was not beating well. If it was your brother, would you say the same thing?
Well, we have a couple of messages. This one is coming from Andy. Andy says that I condemn every act of maltreatment on journalists. It is wrong. It's just wrong as it is.
Abbas Amongwogo Offenso says, good morning now. Soldiers must stop this outmoded behavior of beating innocent civilians. This is absolutely wrong. Prince Henry from Koforidua says, these soldiers must be ashamed of themselves, very barbaric. It's sad, and I feel the pain of this journalist. The military command must do the needful ASAP. I am so sad. All right, more messages coming in. We'll read them as we go. And
I would love us to hear from the military, you know, because in all of this, we also have not heard their side of the story. We don't know exactly what happened. And we are very much interested in what their their response.
This one is coming from Nyasa Avedakpa. Says that I guess the military that assaulted the journalists are now biting their fingers. I pray the Interior and Defense Ministries take up this matter with the urgency it deserves. I'm sad as a Ghanaian because I don't know when such an act will befall me or a close relative of mine. Nyasa, thank you for the messages there. This one is coming from Anna Akuviana, says that they should be prosecuted for resetting his phone to factory settings. They are sometimes so insensitive, these military people. But that's also too bad on the part of the military, such inhumane treatment. And I hope that they will be punished for that. PHK says, very barbaric, shameful act by those soldiers who call themselves that. They must be brought to book ASAP. All right. And all right. As well as other messages as well. But it hasn't been a good day. And Angela Uku, you're celebrating your birthday as well. You are with the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Wishing you all the best for the day. Happy birthday to you, Angela. What do we have to do next?
Well, before we get into that, there's a world-class university here in Ghana, the Rosebank International University, a very strong South African university and a brand of the AdvTech Group, Africa's largest private educational provider with 146 schools across 5 African countries and over 100,000 learners, and partly owned by the World Bank through the IFC. Rosebank International University is fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority and the British Accreditation Council, GTEC, in Ghana. At Rosebank International University, we offer a Doctor of Business Administration, DBA, MBA, Masters of Science and Master of Philosophy in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, etc. We offer hospitality and culinary arts, and it's available in diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Our ICT has BSc Information, BSc in Information Technology, Business Systems, and IT Computer Application Development, all carefully designed to equip you with skills and qualifications needed for a successful global career. Our mission is simple: inspiring excellence. We are now open for January 2026 admissions. Visit our morning campus at the Airport Commercial Opebia and go online to www.riuc.edu.gh. Rosebank International University, building global citizens. All right.
Thank you very much now for that one. And we are coming back in studio to have a conversation with the man of the moment. After 13 weeks of hard work, the climax was on Sunday. And yes, Rolly, you can join us in this conversation. Yep. Join us in this conversation. And where are the cameras? In 3, 2, 1, drum roll review.
Congratulations. Yeah, my G.
Thank you. Kwekushai. Yes.
Kwekushai.
Kwekushai, Botwe, as in listen.
Botwe. Kwekushai.
Botwe.
But how would you say that in Adangbe?
So Dangbe is Botwe. Botwe.
Oh, so which one are you speaking? This is the Dangbe one.
Yes.
Are you saying Dangbe? Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. And we see you flying very high the flag of the Dangbes, because Rolly, one thing that he said is throughout the whole journey, and especially after he wins, he will preserve the culture and especially the Dangbe language.
Tapila Tuepe.
Hey, what is okay? Now you're taking me to the PhD level.
So basically, he's saying that that's not the only
you speak
language.
Jangwe? Yeah.
Okay, we be on me.
Metrum abomodi ke a support when I vote in hami ke competition or since pe ke basu last final so ne abalejo ho law in their numbers about support.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to you. I think I understood what you said. But you should paraphrase for us though. But I was listening to you on the grand finale day, and you said you are very grateful to the people, the Dangbe people especially, because you didn't even invite anybody, you didn't bus anybody, you didn't ask them to come in their numbers the way they have, and it's really, really surprised you. Why do you think the people have supported you this much?
I think they are proud of the fact that I represented them and I didn't shy away from that. Yes, I think they are so proud and they were there in their numbers. Wow. I was so
Have you had any sleep at all ever since you were announced the winner?
Not really.
You haven't slept?
No.
You've been moving around and you've been trying to like relive the whole moment. Yes. But what's the one thing you think tipped the scale in your favor? There were 6 finalists, so 5 more plus you were 6. Yeah. What made you win?
I think it's the favor of God.
Okay.
That is one. Bible says that the heart of a king is in the hands of the Lord like the rivers of water. And where he wants is where he turns it.
Right.
And so I believe that the minds of the judges, the minds of the producers, the minds of the general public to be directed to a particular course is the favor of God and the doings of God. And so for that matter, I give all the praise to God.
It is marvelous in our sight.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of your performances.
This is a Science Experience concert. Oh, yes, you know, I said,
Samini must be very, very proud of you. But the Samini influence on you is huge, though.
Yeah.
How long ago did you start listening to Samini?
Oh, I've been listening to Samini for a very long time.
Yeah.
I grew up with the sounds of Samini.
Right.
And so, I mean, and he's somebody I look up to. He's very good on the band. Yeah, so he's been an influence.
So your genre of music is reggae dancehall. Is that what you do?
It's Afrofusion.
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 Yeah.
What is that?
A blend of African sounds and indigenous rhythms.
Right.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, African sounds and indigenous rhythms. Yeah. When are you going back to, which village particularly are you from?
I come from Shah Hills,
Oh, that's where you're from.
Yeah,
when are you going back home?
Probably next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be grand for you. I can imagine how it's going to be. But let's go back to the house. If you had anybody to say thank you to for emerging winner, who would it be back in the house?
Is it among the contestants?
Yes.
It will be DNA.
Why DNA?
Yeah, DNA is a free spirit. I love that guy. He's so easy to go. He's always open, not hiding and not holding anything. I love that kind of spirit where people are so free. And he has had an influence on me a lot. I would still keep in touch with that guy.
So if you didn't win, would you have loved for him to be the winner? You would have loved for him to be.
He is a very beautiful soul. I love that guy.
Shouts to you, DNA. I had an encounter with him the other day. Yeah, he's got a very sweet spirit. So I can attest to that fact. Kweku, what next? You've emerged a winner, Mentor Season 14. It's only January in 2026. Is there pressure on you to release your own album? I'm interested in the song that you performed for the grand finale. Was it your own song?
Yes,
the second song was your own song. How long ago did you compose this, and what informed the message in the song?
3 months ago.
Okay.
I signed a deal some few months ago. That's last year.
Right.
And right after the contract, I was all out in the social media space because of the controversial nature of the signing. And so right after that, I thought everything was, going to be all rosy, just for me to wake up exactly a month after the signing. And then I had a message from the label owners that they wouldn't work with me again and all that.
So do you have a video for the song?
Not yet.
Not recorded. You don't have a video recorded. No, but let's go back to the story. So you released the song. You were signed onto a recording label.
So that was before the song.
Okay.
When I received the message, that was last year, when I received the message from the label owners that they wouldn't work with me for reasons that will best be explained
Known
by
to
them. Yes, I got very broken. I had thought of committing suicide. That was the first time in my life that I had thought of committing suicide. That was last year. And so it took me a very long time to recover. I went through a series of recovery process. I prayed to God, and then God returned peace of mind to me. In the process of me, seeking the face of God, I had that song. It's called Solid Pray.
Let's take a listen and then we'll come back to you. Wow. This story of yours is a very typical story, and I'm going to try and quote it in Ghana. I got that correct, right? God has really blessed you. You've come a long way. Your stories are very touching, from the TV story and then to your record label canceling your contract, and you were in a very bad, depressive place, and then all of a sudden Mentor comes and you're here with your story to tell the whole world. And you told it with a lot of brevity, no holding back. You just wanted people to hear where you've come from. It's a very strong story, just very similar to that of Black Hole. Was it Black Hole who informed your hairstyle for the first
song? For the first one,
yeah.
It's my stylist.
Oh, your stylist.
Yeah.
He said we could go with this hairstyle. You were kind of looking like Black over there, so it was a combo of Black Hole and then Samini as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are you going to do with this story? How are you going to propagate it further? How is the world going to hear about you, Kwekushai?
Yeah, so I would shoot a video and put it out, and the song is already out, and people really connect to the story even when I haven't sat with them to explain anything to them. There are people who don't understand the language, but I don't know, for obvious reasons or something, they just love it, and I feel that they connect to the sounds also so much. And so after here, we're going to put some visualizers out to help those who don't understand the language to grab the concept and the inspiration behind the song, so that they can connect more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mindrake, yeni is no da machine, right?
Yeah.
Aha. Ufane namo kenamo no ta no da machine lebine. Did I speak that correctly?
Thank you. Last Sunday, the Greater Accra Regional Minister was in the auditorium to watch me and to support me.
Is that your MP? That's your MP?
Yes, for Shayo Sudoku. So thanks to Honorable Linda Obiniwa Akwele Okulu. Yeah, she was there. And then to my Dangbe people.
Nice.
And then to my Dangbe people from Adan to Ningo to Pram Pram to Osudoku to Klo to Boom, and then to Shah Hills, Doyumu, Dodowa. A lot of times people say Shah Hills, making it look like I represent just Shah Hills, but not just Shah Hills. I'm standing in for the whole of Dangbe, from all the Dangbe, communities, and they have been, in support so much. So I want to say thank you to them for their support, and I want to give them, wish them well, and I want to say congratulations to them also for winning the grand finale.
Right.
They won it. Yeah, I was just a representative
to
take the awards for them.
Just before you go, internationally, which artist would you want to collaborate with today if you had the opportunity?
I'll do Burna Boy.
Oh, Burna Boy.
Internationally.
Yeah. Why Burna Boy?
But you look like Vice Cartel.
Oh, he looks like Vibes Cartel?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Why Burna Boy?
I love his spirit, his vibration. He's always on the move. Yeah, so internationally, I'll do Burna Boy.
What is it with you dancehall, Afro fusion people and vibration? Like mini G vibration there.
Yes, I don't know, but my factory mode is vibration. When I return to factory mode, it's vibration.
Factory settings.
Yeah, factory settings.
Vibration.
Yes. So I always want to be vibrating. And I don't know, when we are rehearsing, a lot of times my producers chastise me for not bringing on the vibration when we are rehearsing.
But by a stage, no?
Yes, when I'm calling them, the energies during the rehearsal,
they don't
show up until the show time is on. They just come on their own.
Which energies?
I don't know, but when the stage is set, and especially when the smokes come on, they come in, and I see them going around.
You see the vibrations going around.
Yes.
But congratulations to you, Kwekushai. We are very, very proud of you. We know we'll be seeing a lot of you because you are our own. It's in-house. Anytime the EPs and the singles and the albums come out, of course, you come here for us to celebrate with you. But take advantage of all that you have won, not just the money. You've won a lot of popularity. We've got a lot of social capital right now as well. There's a lot of support going to be coming from APL, especially to you as well. Please take very good advantage of it and run with it.
I forgot to say thank you to Samini. Yeah, he was posting, about me, soliciting for votes for me on social media and all that. Thank you to the high-grade boss.
Right. Would you love to work with him?
Yes.
You would, right? Okay. All right.
High great family.
Yes.
So we have a couple of messages in relation to his appearance right here, and then him winning the mentor contest for this year or edition. Chairman Richard Kokoti, good morning to you. Says that I just love the vibe that this man carries, and may God bless him to achieve his dreams. Chairman Richard Kokoti, good morning to you as well.
And only vibration, no
I swear. Okay. And then Guy G also says that, good morning to you, Guy G, says that, Ro, tell him to pronounce the connect word, it is connect.
Hey,
not connect. And Gaiji is with the Get Connected Camp. And we have 4 days to the MPP presidential primaries. The race already heating up, a lot of back and forth between the leading teams as well. So we'll see how that goes. But, you know.
Numese Nenena is also sending you a lot of love. His name suggests to me that I think he's from your area or he's Dangwe as well. The Dangwes are really, really celebrating with you this morning, and they are all wishing you congratulations. Thank you. Kukushai, what will be your last words to your fans before we go?
Again, I want to say congratulations to them for winning this year's TV3 Mentor Season 14, the Breakout Edition. I will still say that I was just a representative to take the plaques and the awards on their behalf. I want to say thank you to all the chiefs in the Dangbe communities. They've been so supportive. We would have a homecoming so that I can show the awards to them and also to say thank you to them. And they should still both way.
Okay. Yeah. Ni one solie one both way.
Yeah, no one gets solie, one get two boy. That's Dangbe.
No one is solio.
One get two boy.
I won't be able to repeat that, but thank you very much. Rolly, it's time for us to take a break. Or you have messages?
Oh, no, that's fine.
All right. It's TV3 Newday. Roland, this morning you are sitting with Honorable
Kwame Gavin Abuja, the roads minister.
Yes.
And so we're having this interaction with him as well.
And this morning also, just in case you haven't grabbed your pack of Nutri Snacks granola bar, you can do so this morning for yourself, your friends, and the family. It's got all the nutrients that you need for a very power-packed day. You can have it any time in the day, morning, afternoon, evening. It's for you, your kids, everyone in the family can enjoy this power-packed energy bar. We take a break. When we're back, the big issue will be here with National Call.
You're welcome back. You're watching TV3 Newday. This is a big issues segment, and there are a lot of big issues to discuss this morning. We're going to try to narrow down on two of them. Yesterday, in the afternoon, we have spoken about this on this morning. But yesterday in the afternoon, our reporter Solomon Kwame Kanwule in the Northeast region, our Northeast regional correspondent, was attacked, violently assaulted by military personnel who were undertaking some operation in the area. He was detained for well over 2 hours. His mobile phone was factory reset. Everything was wiped off his mobile phone. And he received lashes on his back with sticks and wires by the military personnel. While he was during his detention, they asked him to open his cell phone, enter his password, which he did, and then his private conversations were read. His conversations with his bosses here at Media General were read, and he was subsequently released. Before his release, according to the information he has given us live on Ghana Tonight yesterday, the commander, military commander, called him on the phone just before his release to apologize to him for what had happened. So, according to him, the military commander apologized to him for what had happened. This was after about 60 military officers, he said, detained him, beat him up, reset his phone, and they subsequently let him go. He says he was afraid for his life. He did not think that he was going to survive it. He feared they might just kill him at that point. And you can imagine the trauma that this journalist went through. Now, this is on the back of many other reports on violence against civilians generally and journalists in particular in the line of duty from military personnel. We're going to be talking about this further during Big Issues this morning. But also, we're going to be talking about a lawsuit which has been instituted before the Supreme Court by Professor Frimpong Boateng, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, and others against the NPP, the NDC, other political parties, the Attorney General, and the Electoral Commission, asking that the delegate system be abolished, so to speak, asking for a declaration that the delegate system is unconstitutional. And they're asking basically that all card-bearing members or members of the parties are allowed to participate in the process of deciding who their flag bearer should be or who their parliamentary the aspirants should be at the primaries level. So currently what we have is the delegate system where only the delegates vote. But they're asking for all card-bearing members of the party to participate so that the process is free for all. They're saying that the current system is unconstitutional, citing some particular constitutional provisions which we will share with you in the course of the discussion. But this particular topic is one that has gotten a lot of party members talking, especially on social media. I read some of your messages coming in, some saying it's an unnecessarily expensive process. It is not possible to do this. And some also citing instances that happened prior to the 2016 elections where the NDC attempted this approach, claiming that some other parties can infiltrate and pretend to be card-bearing members of the party or immediately just get cards and do things that will not inure to the benefits of the party. What do you think? Let us know. Under our Facebook live stream, you can put in your comments. I'll read them as we go. And also with the hashtag TV3 Newday, you can connect with us live on X. In studio, my guests are here and seated first, Dr. Ramsey Inusa, Director, Political Research, United Party. Good morning.
Good morning, Na.
And welcome to the show. Great to have you.
Thank you so much, and it's great seeing you again. You're looking smart.
Is it? Thank you.
As usual.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And today, it appears...
Yes, I don't know if you guys had a
private meeting.
A secret meeting.
I
I am the ordinary person
because
here.
you don't answer your phone.
They're not in the
call
WhatsApp
you.
group.
There's a WhatsApp group. Also in studio with us this morning, Hamza Suini, NDC Communications team member. Good morning, Hamza.
Good morning.
Great to have you. You're welcome. And our resident lawyer on Tuesdays, lawyer Austin Bracco Powers, private legal practitioner.
Yeah.
You look all suited up and ready for court. Are you going to court from here?
Exactly. I'll do justice to that.
Are you representing Abu Treka?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
All right. It's great to have you in
Thank you.
studio. Now, you've seen the photos of our journalist who was attacked, Solomon Kwame, over there. And he says that, he did absolutely nothing wrong. All he had done was park his motorbike in front of a shop, and he was there to pick up a load. He was on a private errand to pick up a load. However, he had been told that the military was on some operation in the area. They had beat up people prior. He had tried to find out from the MCE if he knew about any operation. So even though he was there to pick up his load on a private errand, he was also investigating exactly what had happened with the military and whether the MCE was aware. It was at this time that he was beating up. And we've seen the strokes on his back. And he tells us that he even feared for his life. Now, in the conversations that have taken place after this video came out have been questions about his rights versus the duty of the military to ensure that their operations take place without civilian interference. What can you say about that?
But I'm curious, did his actions interfere with the work of the police or the military? I don't get it.
It doesn't appear so.
Because I don't get the coordination. And in any instance, I'm sure before they even visited the mayhem on him, they would have asked him his role within the area, the perimeter of the area. What his role was.
And he told them he was a journalist.
Exactly. So I think this is becoming one too many. And even despite the promises by the police, the military brass, that this time around they were going to respect the work of the media personnel, or let me say journalists, I think we are rather getting a different signal altogether. I think this is very shameful, because when we make 2 steps forward, it appears that some individuals who, I don't know, may not have been well trained, or sometimes it could be even deliberate. Sometimes there are some people who may even be undertaking activities that, for them, if those things are made public, Ghanaians will have issues with them. So they will always want to cloud their activities in mystery. But that's not how we function. The thing is that the work of the journalists complements the activities of the security forces, police, the military, the Ghana National Fire Service, and others, immigration and others. So when you see them within your activity, and it even ties in with the situation where some fire officers had to beat a journalist.
Yeah,
I think it's not something we should be countenancing. I believe that this is shameful. And the military brass must give us assurance that they will investigate this matter. We need to investigate, and the investigation must not be one of just assembling a group of people, they investigating them. When they are done, we don't hear anything. We don't get to see whether people, corporate, are punished or not. Now, I think this is something, I don't want to rope in the government. This is an issue that is becoming too pertinent of these security agencies. And we need to take a serious look at this thing. And the military brass must investigate it and punish those behind it.
Is it a crime to film the military when they are undertaking their operations? Does it go against any law that you know?
In the public space, I doubt.
No, I don't think. The thing is that there's a difference between the journalist filming without your notice and you telling the journalist not to film because this is a critical activity. They are clearly different. They are different. If the journalists are about filming and you tell the journalist do not film because we are carrying out a delicate operation, that is a different matter.
Okay.
But if you have not notified the journalist that this is an activity you must not involve yourself in, and the journalist is doing or carrying out his or her own duties, responsibilities. In fact, now, mind you, the journalist may have been on a private errand, but if it appears to him that this is a matter that will be of public interest, his work will be activated anytime. In fact, journalists are journalists everywhere, and they are journalists anytime, any day. It's not defined that journalists, you are only a journalist from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No. Even in your bedroom, you could receive a call. Yes. No, because sometimes I've been in the space, and sometimes at dawn you receive an emergency that you have to be in this area, and you have to go. That's how the work is. So it doesn't matter whether he was on a private errand, which later culminated into an activation of his duties. So long as he is carrying out his responsibilities as a journalist, the security forces of the military, the soldiers have no responsibility to prevent him, unless you have told him not to film and he did. That would be a different matter altogether. Yet, it does not give you the warrant to inflict such punishment on him. This is not a disorder, a disorderly country where you carry out things, you do things on your own. Even at a point where we're fighting against mob action. Yes. And the military. At a point when one of your own was even had to die out of mob action, and the entirety of the society criticized that. And you are visiting such a mayhem on somebody, beating the person. That is uncalled for. It is disastrous and shameful, and we need to stop some of these activities.
All right, Hamza, you don't seem to agree that a journalist's job does not end at any particular time of day, that they can carry out their duties.
I was just being
It's
mischievous.
usual self.
It was a lighter note. I just wanted to be sure that he was not trying to create the impression that even in the bedroom with your wife and kids, the work continues.
It was just in jest. It does. It was just in jest.
Anyway, now you see, first of all, good morning to my colleagues here, and of course you and your production team and our cherished viewers out there. It can be frustrating having to discuss issues of police and military brutalities when it comes not just to the work of journalists in this country, but even innocent civilians. And for me, what makes me particularly sad is the culture of simply entertaining this kind of recklessness anytime it happens, with discussions of this nature, then moving on as a country immediately after.
Yes.
That is the problem. So we need to understand that in as much as the problems associated with many of these incidents can be traced not just to the military as an institution, but also to the way recruitments are done when it comes to the military, and most importantly, our lax attitude when it comes to issues of accountability. And I'll explain the issue of accountability. We all know as a country that when it comes to recruitment into our security services, all manner of considerations are given, especially one telling story of our recruitment processes has to do with the political interference. Nobody can turn a blind eye on that. Look, because of politics, all manner of people, all characters who ordinarily should not go near these professional institutions are aided to go through in the name of politics consideration. And so it is not surprising that many of these people, when they get the opportunity to be in uniform, feel that the uniform rather empowers them to inflict mayhem and exert their own manner of law on the ordinary Ghanaian, and not rather to project our adherence to the rule of law as a people. That is the problem. And so the first point is for us to concentrate on our recruitment processes, then proceed to also evaluate the kind of training that they are subjected to when they are recruited. When we are able to do so, then possibly we would have been getting closer to nipping many of these unfortunate incidents in the bud, then it brings me to the issue of accountability. Journalists belong to professional associations. If for nothing at all, I know that we have the Ghana Journalists Association of Ghana. This is not the first time we are recording this. I remember not long ago, on this same platform, we discussed the incidents that happened at the NPP head office. And not just the NPP head office. I know as a matter of fact that most of the political parties, almost all, have had incidents where journalists are either attacked or assaulted. But it appears that the professional body intended to champion the interests of journalists themselves are sleeping.
You think the GJA is sleeping?
Yes. On this important matter.
They only issue a statement.
They only issue statements. You see?
And yes, it.
You guys have the power to shut the entirety of this nation down, to demand accountability when it comes to the work of the profession of the security institutions. And how do you do that? A decision by the Ghana Journalists Association to say that, look, all media houses in this country are not going to operate for the next 1 week until we find those officers behind this unfortunate brutality against not just a journalist, but a citizen of the Republic of Ghana. Nobody will do it for you. And so there's the need for you to also begin demanding accountability, not just from these security agencies and from government, but your own organization that has the power to act. You also have the National Media Commission. Invoke the powers of the National Media Commission to ensure that not just the Ghana military, any other institution that is deemed to be engaging in acts that threatens the safety of your workforce. Nobody is going to do it for you, trust me. And as for the military, you are those equipped with the, what do you call it? The privilege advantage, or the privilege of simply bringing scrutiny to their work. Politicians would be more than careful to interfere in the works of the military, especially when it comes to disciplinary measures. We saw what happened in this country also not long ago, when even under, I think in Ashama, broad daylight,
I'm telling you,
soldiers, military officers took the laws into their own hands and paraded the civilians on the streets, whipped. And so these are issues we need to concentrate on. As for me, I always say, we may queue in elections to vote for parties and presidents. But the fundamental mistake we make in this country is thinking that simply casting a ballot to elect a president or to put a party in power ends all the problems or gives that person the power to be able to end all our challenges. The role must be complementary in nature. Our role as citizens of this country, it doesn't just end after elections or electing a president. And so we expect the president to do whatever it takes to solve all our problems. And that we have done our bit by simply voting the man into office. It goes beyond that. Even in office, we must indicate that we are still committed to playing our role in ensuring accountability and ensuring that our institutions work.
Now, the president has...
The unfortunate thing is that there are bad nuts in every organization. Now, look, there are so many people we can make references to in the military who are clearly professional in terms of the way they conduct affairs. But unfortunately, isolated incidents of this nature has the tendency of spoiling or attacking the integrity and image of that particular organization. And they themselves must be concerned.
Yes,
this
may be an isolated problem. And if it's involved 1 or 2 or 3 military officers, I guess we may say they are bad nuts. But this journalist describes over 60, there were a lot of them, at least 60 military officers. And none of them intervened.
And so that comes...
So that goes to... It's a bigger problem than an isolated case with 1 or 2 or 3 rogues. The problem is deep-rooted.
Systemic.
I don't know if it is the training. You have mentioned recruitment. The president has spoken time and time again about his commitment towards press freedom and independence of the media. What would you say this government can do especially with regards to the recruitment problem?
First of all, I think
And
that this
political
government for the
interference.
first time decided to open up the recruitment processes once again. But that is not the only way to resolve the problem. I cannot sit here and be a hypocrite and assume that even in the current recruitments that are ongoing, they are likely not to be political considerations. It is a cultural thing that has taken shape for so many years. I can only hope and pray that under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we will resist the temptation to ensure that we privilege political considerations over professionalism when it comes and qualifications when it comes to the recruitment process into the military. I can only hope and pray, especially knowing the man at the helm of affairs. But you see, now, it also calls for major institutional reform. And that's why I'm saying that it is not enough to expect President Mahama to resolve all these problems in a matter of a year or two, or for us to just conclude that the solution lies with him. Even President Mahama himself needs you guys to scrutinize his activities when it comes to his pledge to reform our institutions. And that is why I'm saying that you can be of help as an organization or as a professional body if you ensure that you activate all internal mechanisms to demand accountability from the military itself. The President Mahama himself, as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, would not be able to stand on your way. That is how you lead reforms. That is how you bring about change. But as we speak today, at best, you will file a petition to His Excellency President Mahama. President Mahama will take it as president because at that particular moment, it becomes political. You are refusing to take advantage of the laid down laws to demand accountability. So if you file a petition and he files a petition for it to be investigated, and even if the investigation report is out, we'll run commentary around it with politics. We saw it in the unfortunate demise of our senior colleagues in that helicopter crash. When the report was finally made public, what didn't we hear? The kind of political undertones that characterize even commentary around that particular investigation. So that's why I'm saying that force that accountability. And this is a government that is open to issues of accountability. I'm not sure that President Mahama will stand on your way. In fact, you'll be emboldening him. Using the Ghana Journalists Association, you'll be emboldening President Mahama to demand the needed accountability from the military installations. But I still stand with my earlier statement that, look, not all of them are that reckless. Not all of them are that... I'm looking for the appropriate word so that I don't appear insulting, because the temptation to be ballistic is so...
We get the message.
But you see, now
the
the bottom line is the Ghana Journalists Association must begin to act. We saw how the National Union of Ghana Students in the past shaped policy and forced educational discipline. We have seen it in the past where the Ghana Journalists Association also rose up to the challenge. The Ghana Bar Association, regardless of its problems, we saw the role it played in transitioning Ghana to a democratic country. Let us see the Ghana Journalists Association and its leadership moving beyond rhetorics and the issuance of statements to actually demanding proper action in their quest to protect the interests and lives of their members.
All right, Hamza, let me come to you, Doc. You have been an advocate for the proper behavior of our various security agencies, especially the police. And I can only imagine how you must feel about this incident which has happened.
Well, now let me say a very good morning to the good people of Ghana. Hearing this news this morning gives me a feeling of melancholy, and I hope and pray that the laws and the articles of our Constitution that talks about human rights are invoked to protect this journalist and any other citizen going forward. On this note, I would like to tell the team here or your management that I would like to take care of the medical bills of your colleague journalists.
Oh.
Yes. this is my first step in this fight. This year, I have a project, as you mentioned, to bring some reforms in our security agency, especially the police, which I would say is an organization that is quite sensitive and should not be run like a mafia organization. Unfortunately, the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana military is being run like a mafia organization. They go out there in the streets, do whatever they want to do, and they think that they are above the law. Now, as political actors seated here, should we invoke the powers of the people against them? Is that what they want to see? So that they will sit up? What is the population and what's the staff strength of the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana military put together? Are they more than the civilians? If there's a day the civilians rise against them, would they be able to resist? We are talking about power here. If they think that the uniform gives them some form of comfort or power, and that they are ultra citizens than others, then I think they're making a big mistake. And their leadership, if they are listening, they ought to go back to the drawing books and really rethink the training curriculum they give these officers. Because some of them act as if, excuse me to say, I mean, they were raised in the jungle. Right? We are a country with laws, guided by a constitution, for God's sake. If you read Article 15, and permit me to read Article 15, 2A, it says that no person shall, whether or not he is arrested, restricted or detained, be subjected to A, torture or other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment, any other condition that detracts or is likely to detract from his dignity or worth as a human being. So if you read this article, assuming this journalist acted in a contumacious manner, or he was recalcitrant to orders given to him, they have no right under the sun to subject him to such brutality, or any other citizen of this country. The time has come, and I've always been saying that, look, if we leave these cases unattended to, we would sit down here and talk about it time and time and time again. I think that as a citizen, as a progressive one, I am tired of these news. It's far too many. And I think that the powers of the police and the powers of the military to investigate, or the security agencies to investigate matters like this, should be removed from their governance structure. We should have an independent body, because as the lawyers will say, according to the principle of natural justice, one of the key cardinal principles is that you should never be a judge in your own case. And I'm suffering the same fate. And I'm going to release a report on PIPs as to whether Ghanaians should believe in PIPs or they should disregard PIPs, and as to whether PIPs is relevant in the Ghana Police Service governance architecture. I will not want to make certain statements about it now, but at the right time, when I make the statements, I dare anybody from that institution to come and challenge me.
Have you received the reports on your matter?
Nah. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to, give them some hints, because some of them are watching. Mm-hmm. And you know, the funny thing is that last week I was at PIPS, and one officer, his name is Nana, he didn't want to mention his name. In the meeting of trying to bring justice to my matter, made mention of my utterances or my criticisms against the IGP. And that he made a subtle or indirect warning to me. What if the officer is listening today, right?
What did he say?
He said that I should stop attacking, or not even attacking, criticizing. I wouldn't call it an attack. Criticizing the IGP.
The officer told you to stop criticizing the IGP.
I don't know if the IGP, if he's listening, if you have told any officer to come to PIPS to come and give me an indirect threat, I don't know, but you should come out to answer for that. I don't know if the IGP is aware of that. But how is this matter relevant to me seeking justice? Because I quite remember that I gave a constructive criticism on the IGP, and I compared him to the current CJ we have, who is doing fantastic. That I had petitioned the office of the CJ on a certain matter. This person looked at the matter and sent me a response with action. This is the head of the judiciary. Can you imagine? The head of the judiciary, and looking at the workload and burden on his neck. Same was done to the IGP. Do you know that on Friday, last week Friday was the day I received my response from the office of the IGP?
Since August.
Since August.
Last year.
Last year. And I'm sure it is as a result of certain conversations that I had with certain officers. And I'm sure the letter was even backdated. I'm sure the letter was prepared that same day and it was backdated.
You don't know.
Oh, I'm saying I'm just guessing. Look, because the paper was too fine to be documented on August
Let's
last
stick
year.
to what we know.
So what I'm saying is that
Yes.
now.
The date was August last year.
When I submitted.
What was the date on the letter you received?
The response. September.
Last year.
September last year. And the paper came as clean as a whistle. and I'm surprised. But anyways.
It was well kept.
Well, you see, for far too many, I think that the Ghana Journalists Association has become what I would call, with due respect, a toothless bulldog. They only bark, but they don't bite. And I think that, as my brother Hamza has intimated this morning, they ought to rise and stand for the rights of their members, and indeed the rights of Ghanaians at large. Nobody, and I repeat, is above the law. If these actions go on for far too long, then what it means is that we that have followers, we that believe in the rule of law, and we that believe in the sovereignty of the people, and as stipulated in Article 1, that the sovereignty of Ghana resides in these people, and so we believe in the people, we would invoke the powers of the people against them, if that is the case. And there's nothing they can do about it. They should be very, very careful. We are not living under a military regime. Even under our military regime, people were not subjected to such continuous brutality. How much more under this democracy? So I want to sit down here in solidarity again with your colleague. And as I've mentioned, I am ready and more than willing to take care of all his medical bills so that he can be able to recuperate his self from such brutality.
And thank you for the very kind offer. But we spoke to him this morning. He's already had medical attention. He's at home and he's recovering now. But thank you for the offer.
But your money will be needed, so it's important. Now, quickly,
Yes.
I think the military, per their consistent actions, have indicated that they are not ready to reform. So, personally, I think the management has to be swift. The gentleman must file a complaint with the police if he hasn't done that. And the media general, you have one of the biggest platforms in this country and even in West Africa. Consistently hammer on his issue so that we seek justice for him. Because you see, if you neglect it, and like Hamza said, sometimes when these issues crop up, and after a week or a month, we tend to forget. Then we move on. Let's be consistent. Use your platform. Consistently demand justice. He should file a complaint if he hasn't done that. And if the police is lethargic, if the police are lethargic or they are not willing to do their work, sue the Ghana Armed Forces. Sue the Ghana Armed Forces. Because we need to be taking some of these actions just to inject some level of discipline in them. Because when they feel that we are not able to do anything, we don't act. And like Hamza said, if you rely on the GJA and the NMC, you won't get anything done. Use your platform. You have the weight. When you can dictate and initiate conversations in this country. TV3, you have been doing that. You have the biggest platform. Do that and highlight the injustice meted out to this gentleman. And let's demand justice.
All right. Well, this is a matter that we are taking very seriously. And just like you indicated, we are not going to leave it to lie down or just move on from it like any other story. This is a matter which affects all of us here at Media General. It affects journalists everywhere in this country, and even all civilians.
It affects us.
All civilians, really, who could be caught up in this very
it could be you now.
Unfortunate situation.
A woman was even slapped in Burma camp.
Anybody,
she was caught on the video.
Yes, she was caught up in a situation like this. Yes. So this is something that we are not going to leave lying down until we get to the very bottom of it, and whoever needs to be punished is punished in accordance with the law. So we will follow up on it closely. And to our colleague, still our heart goes out to you. He spoke to us. He's very traumatized. In fact, aside the physical assault on his body, his mental state at the time this was happening, he said he didn't think he might get out of it alive because of the number of military officers, all wielding, yeah. So
it's serious.
You can imagine what he went through. Anyway, I see some of the messages coming in, commenting on this matter about the military. I think I'll read your messages soon after we are done with both discussions. I'll reserve some time for that. But let's move on to our second conversation for the morning. There's a suit before the Supreme Court. So Professor Frimpong Boateng, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, and Dr. Christine Amwako Nuama have brought an action before the Supreme Court, and they are challenging the constitutionality of the delegate-based system used by major political parties like the NDC, the NPP, the CPP, in electing their presidential and their parliamentary candidates. All right, now they say that they're asking for a declaration that the delegates-based system is unconstitutional. And they cite some constitutional provisions and some other statutes to back this claim. So they cite Section 9A of the Ghana's Political Parties Act 2000, that's Act 547, and it reads, "The Commission shall not register a political party under this Act unless A, the internal organization of the party conforms with the democratic principles and its actions and purposes are not contrary to or inconsistent with the Constitution." This is Section 9A of Ghana's Political Parties Act 2000. They also cite Article 55(5) of the Constitution. And they're basically saying that this delegate-based system disenfranchises the ordinary person, and just a select few, elites, are allowed to vote, and it allows the system to be monetized. And so whoever has the most amount of money to give to the most number of delegates is at an advantage, and arguments along that line. Let's see what Article 55(5) of the Constitution says, and it will put this conversation into better perspective. All right, we'll bring that up on your screen in a moment. But before we get into that, exactly what is the delegates-based system? What does it look like? Now, all of us on this table, I believe, have a fair understanding of what the delegates-based system is, what it looks like, and how, according to the persons who have brought the suit, it disenfranchises the ordinary person. By the way, the EC and the Attorney General have also joined as defendants in this suit. Let's take a look at Article 55(5) now. All right. Article 55(5) says the internal organization of a political party shall conform to, no, this is, okay. The internal organization of a political party shall conform to democratic principles, and its actions and purposes shall not contravene or be inconsistent with this Constitution. All right. So the democratic principles are what we speak of at this moment. They also refer to, aside referring to Article 55(5), they also refer to Article, I believe, Article 36.
Yes,
D. Yes. And it reads, make democracy.
Yes, 35D.
35D. 6D. 35(6)D.
Yeah.
And it says, make democracy a reality by decentralizing the administrative and financial machinery of government to regions and districts, and by affording all possible opportunities to the people to participate in decision-making at every level in national life and in government, and affording all possible opportunities to the people to participate in decision-making at every level in national life and in government. All right. So these are some of the provisions that the persons who have brought this matter before the Supreme Court have cited in support of their they are seeking a declaration and they are challenging the constitutionality of the delegate-based system. Shall I ask you, Austin, to first explain the delegate-based system? What does it look like?
Okay. So now, I think it's simple. It's more like the electoral college system. So we are talking about some selected group of people within the political party. So who have been given the opportunity to decide elect the presidential candidate or the parliamentary candidate of a political party. So when you take the MPP constitution, for instance, they have a 15-structure system. So with the structure, they have the National Council, they have the National Executive Committee, they have the Regional Executive, the Constituency Executive, the Electoral Area Coordinators, National Council others, National Patrons of the party. They also have past national officers. Then they have 15 delegates from the external branches. Then they also have one TESCOM rep from every tertiary campus. Then they have the all card-bearing ministers and deputy ministers and all MMDCs.
Okay.
You know the party constitution very well.
You shall also tell us about your party constitution.
I'll tell you about the NDC constitution. But I'm just impressed that
I'm equally well aware of the NDC structure.
As a lawyer and not a politician, he seemed to understand the constitutional It's commendable. I'm commending him.
I want to tell you that I'm well aware of the NDC constitution. And I can equally give you the structure of the NDC constitution.
It is just interesting that you decided to
So this is a structure they are operating with. So if you don't find yourself within this structure, you are not part of it. So even though you may be a member in good standing, if you are not part of this structure, you may not find yourself
as a delegate.
As a delegate electing either the presidential candidate or the member of parliament in the area. So this has been the case for well over 33 years. We've not had issues with this. So it's an electoral. So it's more like an internal autonomy. So internal party structure, which helps to win the system, protect them, and help them to decide on matters quickly and efficiently, rather than opening the base for every card-bearing member who is in good standing to decide or elect the presidential candidate or the parliamentary candidate.
What is the wisdom behind this delegate system?
So the thing is that this issue has been a running conversation and controversy, particularly when it comes to matters of electoral college, as to whether or not it disenfranchises a large population or a large section of the party members. But the thinking is that it's not possible. You remember in those days in Athens, all the citizens had opportunity to decide on matters bordering the state. When you look at the history of Athens, they all assemble, they take the decision.
Yeah, taking us to Greek mythology.
Exactly. But today, that is no longer feasible.
Why?
Because it is not possible to have over 33 million Ghanaians gathering at a space and deciding on whether or not 24-hour economic policy should be implemented or not. Which is why, when you look at the Constitution, it gives opportunities to political parties to come out with policies aimed at developing and accelerating the development of the country. Political parties. It didn't say the parties must meet Ghanaians and decide on the
But they have elected representatives to do that on their behalf.
They have elected representatives. So it's okay. So you're even broadening the conversation. So what becomes of the system that we have, the parliamentary system? Because why not all constituency members or all residents within a constituency get an opportunity to represent the one constituency in parliament? It means that we should broaden the seat in parliament. Instead of 276, we should make it over 33 million or 33 million strong parliament. So we broaden it. Now the thing is that in order to to take swift and urgent matters, there's a need to limit the decision makers, who then be subjected to the broader conversation or the broader people to decide on. So I think this has been rather be a matter of expediency, helping the system, sanitizing the system, and also avoiding delay.
How does expediency sit side by side with the rights of Ghanaians to participate in deciding who their elected or who their representatives should be?
Now, don't forget that this is not if you don't belong to a political party, you are not a member of it. And you don't get opportunity to take decision within a political party.
No, but you can be an independent.
And you still be in a political party. It's not possible. Now the thing is that don't forget that. Now don't forget that the constitution.
Let me just bring in Professor Smart Sapon, who's just joined us on Zoom. He's going to participate in this conversation. We couldn't bring him earlier on our earlier discussion, but we're happy to have him now. Professor Smart Sapon is the Director of Research and Innovation at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Good morning, Prof.
Kumasi Technical University.
I beg your pardon, Kumasi Technical University, pardon me.
Most welcome.
Great to have you. We'll come back to you in a moment. I just needed to acknowledge your presence and bring you in. Austin, just land and then I'll come to Hamza.
I'm saying that this is an interesting suit. In fact, it's interesting because I have monitored the conversation across the world. And I think it's been a running conversation even in the United States. When you look at the electoral college system. Because after the mass voting, the electoral college has to decide who the winner is.
Is it unconstitutional?
Some have said it is unconstitutional, but I think it is not. Because the thing is that democracy itself accommodates some limitations. In fact, when you read the Constitution, it says the rights in there are subject to what? Limitations, certain limitations. But the question is whether those limitations are genuine and they further the advancement of democracy. Right. Personally, I think this borders on internal party autonomy. Do those provisions breach the 1992 Constitution? I don't see it.
You don't see it?
I don't see that.
Hamza, do you see it?
Absolutely not. And so for me, yesterday when I heard the news, it was kind of strange that our elder statesmen would allow themselves on this unfortunate journey of trying to stoke or generate interest where interest is not needed.
It was strange?
Yes.
But
strange.
the NDC has gone down this path before.
It's strange. NDC has gone, but that is within the democratic right of the NDC to elect a certain particular path. We go through reforms. Yeah. All political parties go through that reform. You just made reference to Article 55. If you can put it back on the screen.
All right, let's bring 55 back on the screen.
And I'll demonstrate clearly why I think that it does not in any way go against our democratic principles.
Okay. So while we bring it back, let me
Article 55 makes references to Ghana's democratic principles and the fact that our political parties must conform to those democratic principles. What is the democratic principles we are talking about? First of all, remember that when you are interpreting the 1992 Constitution, we have been told in a litany of cases decided by the Supreme Court, the most obvious being NPP and AG, the 31st December case, that you simply do not limit yourself to the text of the Constitution, but its spirit. And so if you take the spirit of the 1992 Constitution, it creates what we call the legislature, the Parliament of Ghana.
This is the article you were
That's right, and I'm making reference to the democratic principles and its actions and purposes. I'm trying to establish the democratic principles that are inherent in the 1992 Constitution. That may not be obvious in the text, but in principle, as far as the spirit is concerned, it is quite clear.
Which principles are you referring to?
I'm referring to the principle of the electoral college system. And I'll demonstrate to you that even in the 1992 Constitution, it's inherent.
The delegate system?
Yes, and I'll demonstrate. In terms of decision-making, where certain group of people take decisions on behalf of the larger society. If you look at the 1992 Constitution, it tells us how we elect our members of parliament. It proceeds to indicate to us how even the Speaker of Parliament would be elected. Do the rest of us gather to elect the Speaker of Parliament? Those we give our mandate to as MPs, in turn, come together to elect the Speaker of Parliament. That tells you that even the electoral college system is inherent in Ghana's democratic principles under the 1992 Constitution. That is why you don't have the over 30 million Ghanaians assembly to elect a Speaker of Parliament. It is the same when it comes to the political parties. Members come together to elect branch executives. Branch executives and constituency executives come together to elect regional executives. regional executives and constituency executives, delegates are chosen to elect national officers in line with that democratic principle espoused, even when it comes to the election of the Speaker of Parliament. That is an electoral college system. So how is this, the electoral college system that political parties are practicing now, how is that an affront to the democratic principles founded in the 1992 Constitution? That's one. Now, secondly, our Constitution is also quite clear when it comes to who is qualified to vote. And it says 18 years and above, and of sound mind, right? It does not give every Ghanaian the right to vote. That same Constitution again gives us an indication as to who is qualified to become President of the Republic of Ghana. 40 and above.
Everyone.
Of course. Fortunately, I believe most of us on this table are qualified to contest for the presidency.
You have plans?
I am not sure I do.
Okay.
But you see, I said I am not sure I do.
That's a political answer.
No, but of course, it's
we will make of it what we will make of it. But you go.
You see, now I won't allow Austin to distract me. Now, but the issue is, even that Constitution has brought about this strata. Also in line with our democratic principles in terms of the limitations that are imposed. So if political parties also decide on an electoral college system, it is still in sync with the limitations that our democratic processes are subjected to under the 1992 Constitution. How is that unconstitutional?
They say it disenfranchises the
So
majority
does the
of
election,
the people. They're asking for equal and direct
That's what I'm asking
participation.
you. The Constitution that limits, that brings about age, it doesn't disenfranchise so many other Ghanaians.
Well, you
who
have
are
to be
under
an
18
adult
years,
to be able to make a
who are under 18 years.
Yeah,
Do you know that
you're
those about the
required
age
to be an
of,
adult
they are
to be able
advocates
to.
today who feel that we should even bring it to 16 years. So, which is genuine. And I'm telling you that, you see, we have to be careful in this country. In any case, if you look at the historical evolution of democratic governance, and many of the examples that we can make references to, as far as democracy is concerned, even the most established democracies, they still pride in the electoral college system. The United States of America, whether it is the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, the democratic systems, the electoral college system works. If you take the UK, whether it has to do with the Conservatives or the Labour Party, it is still the same.
Do you see any challenge at all with this delegate-based system?
You see, every system has challenges. Every system has challenges. I know, as a matter of fact, that, for example, the Labour Party in the last 2 decades or 3 have been engaged in serious reforms. In the past, it used to be only the sitting members of Parliament had the opportunity to elect the Labour leader. They decided subsequently, I think after 1980 or so, to broaden it up, and they included the Labour unions. Then there was a conflict because suddenly the MPs started arguing that because of the representation the Labour union blocs had, they invariably diluted their influence in terms of electing a leader. And so the unions were those now electing the leaders for the members of Parliament. And there was another reform to take care of that particular challenge. So many of these electoral college systems have challenges. So it will be, even if it is expanded for everybody to have a say. And undoubtedly, the National Democratic Congress went on that trajectory. We expanded it, we opened it upon course. And we discovered challenges with that open system.
What were the challenges?
Because one of the challenges was simply even ascertaining who your party member is.
Card-bearing members.
Yes, card-bearing members. It was difficult because anybody at all could walk in and register and hold your party card, even though the person is not really a member of the National Democratic Congress.
For what purpose?
Oh, politics. Anything can happen. All politicians, we do it.
Oh, is that so?
We do it. That's what I'm telling you. See, the difference between the NDC and the MPP is our honesty. It is our honesty. I wouldn't sit here and tell you that politicians don't engage in all manner of things to undo each other. Because that is not the training I got from the National Democratic Congress. Ours is rooted in poverty and accountability and honesty, especially when you are now being led. After the years of President Mills and that of John Dramani Mahama, nobody can doubt John Dramani Mahama's honesty. And so we try to live that character traits of our leaders.
All right, I want you to
And
talk
so,
to us about some of the challenges the alternative presents. If we step away from the delegates.
I have just given you one example in terms of the possibility of infiltration.
Not finding the right.
That's one. Yes, that's
Okay.
one. Two, the cost of running those elections are clearly unsustainable.
Okay.
Very costly. You know, as a matter of fact, even our national elections, our electoral commission has to rely on international partners or donors to be able to manage the cost of our national elections. So the cost implications on political parties is something that we all must take advantage. We must at least avert our minds to. And so these are the challenges. And now when I read the case that Oliver, my senior brother, my senior comrade, is trying to make on behalf of these three wise men, if I am allowed to call them. But I can tell you that. And there's a woman there, yes.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that they should tone down a little. I think that this is the time for them to enjoy their retirement. We appreciate their years of dedicated service to the Republic of Ghana. But at this critical juncture, we would want to focus on the things that directly impact the economic well-being of the Ghanaian people. We would want to ensure political accountability when it comes to the executive arm of government. And many of these things that I'm convinced that will not fly, lawsuits of this nature, are only designed to divert the attention of not just the executive arm of government and our political parties, but to a very large extent, the Ghanaian people from actually exacting accountability as far as this current government is concerned.
Or otherwise, it's for the advancement of our democracy.
I do not. You see, that's what I'm saying. I can appreciate that thinking. But I'm simply telling you that, look, there are litany of cases. The precedents are there. You should simply know that this is a waste of time.
I see.
Because like I have indicated to you around this table now, our constitutional principles are clear. You are now going against the very Constitution 1992.
That's your opinion.
In fact, and that is the law. Because the principles are in there.
There are always two sides to every argument in the law, I believe. That's why there are always lawyers on both sides. And so just as you argue your point out, I'm sure they have strong arguments in favor
I respect
of this
that.
position.
I respect that.
Now, you've spoken about the cost of the delegates, of going the other way. But Hamza, we also know that a lot of... did I call you Hamza?
That's what I was looking at you.
I just called you Hamza, forgive me. But we also know how expensive the delegate-based system can be on the political parties and the aspirants.
Yes. Now, I think I'm happy we're having this discussion as a nation. And this idea of having universal suffrage for internal political party elections was an idea that I had thought about, I think, some 4 years ago.
Is that so?
Yes, in order to dilute the effect of monocracy in determining who leads the various structures of a political party. On theory, it sounds good.
What sounds good? The delegate-based system?
To expand it.
Okay.
Yes, to have a universal suffrage system in place. And on theory, it's fantastic. If you look at Africa, for example, the closest country that really practices this, and especially the Democratic Alliance, the DA party of South Africa, has such a system in place where the entirety of its membership goes to elect the leaders of the party.
Okay.
If you look at the UK, the Labour Party has a system in place. The Conservative Party also has a system in place. The Liberal Democrats also have a system in place like that. But however, you know, Hamza made some crucial points, which I think that is very, very important, because you have to also look at the cost aspect, right? Now, how much would it even take to even conduct an election of that nature, right? Are we supposed to have discussions as a country that now the state should even give some form of funding to political parties? Are we ready to have that conversation as well? To take up some of these costs? That if you're a political party that has been approved by the Electoral Commission and you're going into a presidential or parliamentary election, right? you ought to have some form of funds from the state. It's also another conversation that has come up, I think, some time ago. You know, but again, I believe that this system would dilute what I call the elite capture or elite control in various political parties and our governance system. If you look at Russia, anytime you mention the oligarchs, the first country that comes to mind is the Russian Federation, right? But we do have oligarchs in Ghana. We do have oligarchs in our various political parties. And so it is a matter of when the people decide that this is the way we want to go. Because it's democracy and the power resides in our people. Right, but I believe that on theory, as I intimated, that
it looks good.
It looks good, fantastic.
But practically,
because you cannot bribe. Imagine if you have 20,000 people, members of a certain political party in, let's say, my constituency, Ayawaso West Wogon. You cannot bribe all 20,000 with that 500 or 1,000 cedis that they normally give, right? It will be so expensive. I'm not sure you'll be able to afford, right? And so it dilutes that effect of monocracy. And I think that it's a very important conversation we need to have, because this is coming at a time where we believe that one of the most sensitive public polity in charge of electioneering in our country, the EC, is not living up to its mandate. If the EC was a very formidable institution, strong institution to crack the whip, I'm sure all these issues wouldn't have even come in the first place.
Issue of monocracy.
Yes. Because the laws are there. The EC is not cracking its whips. The EC is not enforcing the laws. Because it's clear. I'm sure your media house has captured videos of delegates even saying that this is our cocoa season and that this person gave me 500 and this person gave me 1,000. And the evidence is out there, clear. But unfortunately, we are not cracking the whips. And so these conversations, are legitimate. But, for Hamza to say that our two wise men and one wise lady should go on retirement and think about their retirement, I think is quite harsh, Hamza.
No. You did not understand. It was not with any mischief. I just said that I think that they should trust the capability of this youth to be able to control.
But I think that
it's time for them to go to actually rest because they deserve it.
Yes, but
they have earned it.
But just like
it's not with any mischief. I can assure you.
Yes, okay. But anyways, just like our family value systems, we have elderly people at home, and they will always guide us in our journey towards the future. So now.
Sometimes in Africa, the guidance from the elderly.
Virtuous elderly people. So now what I say, the NDC, as Hamza has intimated, did it in 2015. It worked out for them, right? So NDC is one of the successful test case or case studies when it comes to Ghana, for example. So I think that, yes, political parties should look at it, and as a nation, we should also...
It's worth considering.
We should, but then the cost aspect is another thing. Are we looking at also financing, giving certain incentives, or maybe having some budgetary allocation to political parties to also take care of this cost? Because democracy, in this sense, is expensive to run. And so these are conversations that we hope to follow, and we'll see.
Let's come to the prof.
No, quick one. The thing is that, look, the NDC did not open its system to all members of the party.
No,
they only expanded the delegate system.
They expanded, that's what I
which the MPP too has done. So, oh no, they all did it. No, I just want us to situate the conversation.
Let's
situate it.
What did MPP do?
Gentlemen, calm down.
NDC said that any card-bearing member was eligible
I'll come back
to
to you.
Okay, in 2015.
That's what we did.
Professor Smasapo,
you can't compare it.
Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, you've had the conversation around the table. Do you lean towards this suit before the Supreme Court asking that the delegate system be declared unconstitutional, or do you believe that it's the way to go? Shall we stick with the system, or shall we consider allowing all Ghanaians who, are of sound mind, are above the age of 18, belong to a political party, to participate in deciding who our candidates should be?
Right. Now, very interesting conversation in studio. I want to come in with the foundational definition of who a delegate is. then we can juxtapose it with the suit on the table to see if it is actually practically possible to take away the delegate system. So number one, a delegate is an individual, it's a certain human being selected to represent a specific group or a constituency. So when you take off the groups, you can talk about the ward, the branch. They have their own demographic definition that makes them a group. The statistical service will tell you they are an enumeration area. Electoral Commission will tell you they are an electoral area or a polling station. There are those standard definitions. In that polling station, as defined by Electoral Commission, the political parties are selecting some individuals who will represent that polling station. When it expands to the constituency, and you know Ghana is a constituency. Ghana is a constituency, even though we have constituencies within, at the presidential level, Ghana is a constituency. So the president is a delegate, is an individual selected by us, group of people, to represent us. So that is the standard definition. So in the definition, you see elements like an individual to represent groups. Then you see elements like selection and all those things. Those are very basic elements of the definition of who a delegate is. And so we come to the case and we say, we should take away the delegate system. What does it mean? When there is the need for representation, all citizens of maybe a polling station, all of them should move to the center for decision making to go, and there's no need to select any individual among them or group of individuals among them to go and represent them. So that is the challenge I have with the suit, unless we are going to have something to do with the definition. If not, a delegate will remain a certain individual or group of individuals. And we see this in our various unions. At UTAG, we have, maybe when you take Kumasi Technical University, you have staff strength of about 700 to 800. Now, we select some people, let's say the teaching side, 500 or so, we select some of them to represent us at the various hierarchy of the associations we belong to, including organized labor and all those things. That is delegate system. Are we saying that we should do away with the delegate system so that Kumasi Technical University alone, when there's the need for decision making, will bring 500 lecturers? University of Ghana can give you like 1,000 lecturers plus. KNUST will give you a certain number, blah, blah. You can imagine how chaos the system will be. So fundamentally, I see the argument as a little cumbersome, but I trust that the Supreme Court at their level will see where to put some of these arguments in their rightful places. But when you even zero down to the political parties, what do? Maybe we can talk about the way they are selected, the delegates are selected, the process. Some of them, instead of carefully organizing the polling station so that they can have a fair process to select who their polling station representative or executives are, they use other means to organize that process. We can challenge the process, but I think that we do not want to put ourselves in that state of chaos.
Yeah.
To instead of selecting people to represent us, we all want to go. We are looking at it at the political bit. That is why it's worth discussing. But if you should expand it, you realize that no, the conversation is a little some way. And I think in the wisdom of the framers of our constitution, some of these provisions that even captures legislators, the MPs, they are individuals selected by a group of people or constituents to represent them. Their functions are supposed to be to ensure that their preference is voiced out. What they want is actually voiced out. Then it comes into the general decision making, then the majority decision carries the day. But they are there to represent the people they represent and ensure that it is their position on the matter on the table that is voiced out. If you have problems with their selection process, that is fine. If you have problems with some of the means by which they come into being, that is fine. But I think it would be extremely chaotic to imagine that a delegate system of any form is taken away.
All right, Prof, just in a minute, quickly, if let's say the court rules against the delegate system. The matter ends, the court says, well, the delegate system is unconstitutional. What suitable alternative can you recommend?
Okay, so there's one fundamental issue. I think one of your panel members mentioned. The state is actually not in charge of the political parties. The political parties are somehow decoupled from the state.
Okay.
And so it means the Supreme Court will have to do consequential orders and extend the service of the state to the political parties, fully fund them, fully take care of all their budget, insert their budget into the national budget, provide it for them timely, so that they can satisfy the new orders the Supreme Court may give. I think that consequential order will be fundamental to the decision the Supreme Court will make.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Smart Sarpong, for joining us on the phone lines. Now, I have exactly 15 seconds each for each of you, just to give us your final remarks on this matter. Yes.
I think if the Supreme Court rules in favor of this action or in favor of the plaintiffs, it will be disastrous, because imagining it will have to cut across all the unions, from the political parties to UTAC to TUC to National Union of Ghana Students, because all these institutions operate, they have the delegate system, so it will have a consequential effect. And I think they like Hamza said, I don't think they will side with the
Hamza
plaintiffs.
I know Oliver very well, and I appreciate his industry when it comes to his burning desire to contribute meaningfully to our democratic process. But on this particular issue, I think that my advice to him is simple. Senior, this is a matter you cannot possibly win in court. And I think that it will be in the interest of you and the old men to at least take a bow and rest. Let us leave things. Let us leave things. I should. Interestingly, I was hoping that we would have the opportunity to discuss the rather laughable press conference that the minority held yesterday.
It's one of the things we had
tabled.
But
unfortunately,
we don't have
even
time.
our inability to discuss that matter should be a reminder to the New Patriotic Party, especially their front bench in Parliament, that their relevance continues to wane because of their inability to appreciate the changes that have taken place as far as this country is concerned since 7th January 2025. And the desire of the Ghanaian people to begin to want to see some changes, even in their own internal political organization.
Yes, but they still
our
have the
inability
right
to discuss it today.
They still have the right
tells you how MPP
they still
issues
have the right
been placed
to share
on the
their
back burner.
views.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't, but it should
it's because
be rooted,
of time that we
it should be rooted in
go
fact.
into it.
It should be rooted in seriousness, and it should be rooted in service to the good people of this country. Not just one designed to make the political buzz. And that is what we are receiving from the MPP minority side today.
All right, Hamza.
Well,
Doc Ramsey.
Now, since Hamza has started this conversation, I would also like to end on this note.
Okay, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, I mean, in the wisdom of our old people, they say that wise people would never take wise counseling from a scripture bar. From a drinking bar. And in that sense, the New Patriotic Party, as I have called it, and as many have intimated over the years, that it has metamorphosed from the New Patriotic Party to Nanes People's Party. And these people are far away from the founding ideals and ideology of the party. They make reference and they make some very unsound and ill comments about the current CJ, Justice Bafo Boni, who is, I would say, one of the most competent Chief Justices we've ever had under the aegis of our Fourth Republic. For them to say that he got this position on a silver platter and that it was not his merit or his credibility that won him that position, it is unfortunate. And then they talk about the central bank, the losses of $214 billion.
Please land for me.
Under the leadership of Mahmoud Bawumia and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the central bank recorded the largest loss in its history, 60.8 billion cedis. Did they do a press conference about that?
All right, Doc.
So what I'm saying is that, and I would end again, that the Ghanaian people will and would never take scripture lessons from a drinking bar.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ramsey Inusa, Hamza Suini, Austin Bracco Paris, and Professor Smart Sapong. And thank you to you for joining us online and sharing your thoughts with us. We're going to bring you an exclusive interview next with the Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja. He's going to be sitting with Roland Walker. And there, we invite you also to send your messages and thoughts and questions. Roland will try to read as many of them to him as possible. You're watching TV3 Newday. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Anticipation of that interview by the Honorable Kwame Governs Agboja with Roland Walker. I'm just reminding you that please don't go anywhere. It would be one for the books this morning. But just before we get into it, let's do some sports. Shall we have the montage, or I shall go straight? Mutala Yakubu is in the house. Charlie, high five. Let me give you some ginger.
Your energy is up there.
Yeah. I know you are tired. More than speed, Charlie.
You're showing energy more than speed.
Lord in heaven. So should we close with speed or start with speed? Let's close with speed.
Because let's close
with speed. But other pressing matters, of course. I'm told that some premises are being inspected at the moment. So what is it for? What's happening?
It's one thing that the Parliamentary Select Committee of Sports have done this year. They say that they will be consistently inspecting facilities or sporting facilities within the country to ensure that they are in good state. We don't have to wait for tournaments to get closer before we ensure we keep our facilities safe. So yesterday, Henry Nogbe, who is the chairman for that Parliamentary Select Committee, led 17 other members to tour some facilities. They went to the University of Ghana. Then they went to the Botima Sports Complex. You know that the All African Games, the Botima Sports Complex was pivotal. We spent over 100 million to put it up. And after that visit, he says that the management of the University of Ghana Stadium are doing a good job, but the Botima Sports Complex would need to be one under the radar that authorities would have to keep in good shape.
So far, so good. Generally, at Boteman, it was an eyesore. What we saw at Boteman is something that we need to work on. The facility that costs over $140 million is left for rodents and other reptiles. The place in a messy state. No caretaker, no management, and everything look bizarre when you go to the Boteman. And it's something that we need to do. And after here, we're going to prepare a report on it and see how best we can ameliorate that particular situation at that place. When we went to the Legon Sports Complex, I think so far so good. They are doing very well. The management and everything is on point. And I think it's because that facility is being managed by the University of Ghana itself. And so they have done a lot of things that we admire, we applaud them off.
Somebody will say this country, reptiles, pa.
Yeah, at least they are, what I'm happy about is that they are being proactive. They don't want to wait for the facilities to further deteriorate before they.
And this is the Boteman complex we're talking about. The one that we spent,
how many? Over 100 million
Lord
to put it up
heaven.
for the 100 million, not Ghana cedi dollars, to ensure
reptiles
that we put it
already.
Up. Yeah, already.
Okay.
It's not in good shape at all.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's leave Ghana and go to Australia.
Yes,
and talk about the
Australian Open. Yesterday, we had one shock, but in the men's division, Yannick Sinner.
Many people are saying, and it's debatable, that it looks like the Ghana part of his tour has been the best. Did you see the massage yesterday?
Yeah, I saw
the
it.
Shea Butter massage. And I'm wondering, how come a lot of people didn't know that existed here in Ghana?
I never knew
Roland, we booked one for Roland, by
Honestly,
the way.
I never knew we had a place like that. and it tells you some of the importance of having a person like Speed around, because he exposed us. We live in our own country. We didn't even know a place like that existed. Yesterday, he was at Bukom.
Yes, wait. The questions I have. The guy he's fighting with is a professional boxer, right? So
it's just an exhibition match.
I understand that. But Charlie, if he was knocked out, problem.
And you know, Speed has a lot of he has
got a lot of energy,
and he wants to. Or he likes to distribute.
But he looks like a local Bukom boxer, though.
I think he understands the culture of every country that he visits.
Yeah, he does.
He reads wide. it looks like he reads wide and understands the culture and wants to immerse himself in that culture. Yesterday was a beautiful spectacle to have him at the Bukom Boxing Arena. But the funny part was he kept asking his camera guy, "What do I do?
Give me some tactics. Yeah, show me some tricks."
And you can see the camera guy was also clueless about boxing, and he was like, "Okay, you do a shimmy, you throw a punch, and all that." So he's ended his tour. That is what we are hearing. That he will be going to Namibia next. But I mean, I show speed coming to Ghana. He said that he enjoyed this part of the visit, especially. So, I mean, he's ended one of the best streamers in the world, if not the best at the moment. And we are all happy to have him in Ghana. At least he showed the world what we have.
It was beautiful. I was hoping that would have brought that performance by Bukom Bank, but I'm sure extensively you will talk about it
of course.
After New Day this morning. All right. And that's all we have in the world of sports this morning. Like we told you, we have an upcoming sit-down, a one-on-one interview with the Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja. We are talking roads, we are talking everything else in this country with Roland Walker. We'll be right back.
That we have this exclusive interaction with the Minister for Roads as well as the Member of Parliament for Adaklu. And Kwame Gavin-Zagboja is here. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Roland.
And it's good that you met us. Was it last year?
Yes.
Okay, so I haven't wished you a Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you.
But already you've been doing a lot of work. So I saw a post on social media. They said you are one of the hard-working ministers, so to speak. But you're always a silent person.
Well,
tell me how 1 year has been for you.
Well, the only endorsement that matters to me really is the one from the president who gave me the job. His measure of me doing well or not is the most important. But I appreciate the fact that the public, having given him this level of endorsement, which has never happened before, means that they expect a lot from him. And I'm happy to serve him at the Road Ministry to address the concerns of the public.
All right.
1 year gone, we met a situation. Lucky for me, I've been around for a while in terms of the Road Ministry. So a few of the things doesn't appear surprising to me because we see it deteriorate to that level. But as the president said, we are not here to complain. We are here to fix problems. And he's got a clear mind as to how he will address the thing. So that is what we are doing currently.
I know your constituency very well. And so when the announcement was made the latter part of yesterday, that will be in the evening on our socials that you were coming, some constituents of yours started giving me messages, etc. How are you catering for them as well? Because I know that would mean excessive pressure.
Well, no. My primary responsibility is to my people as a member of parliament. There's a greater calling nationally to serve the president as a minister of state. So I never forget the fact that I'm a member of parliament for the good people of Adaklu. So I continually play that role. Just this weekend, I was with them, particularly with the chiefs, to hand over a traditional council hall that we built to provide a platform for our chiefs to meet and dialogue and support government policy. Don't forget that before democracy or multi-party democracy, our chiefs existed and were organizing our societies for development, for conflict resolution, environmental protection and everything. So we need to make sure we protect that. And President Mahama prioritizes the role of chieftaincy, religion and everything in what we do. So it is important that the reset reflects in the way we relate to our chiefs and the opportunities we create for them to enhance their role of national development.
Okay. You set out, and of course this reflected also in the budget that was announced for the period 2026 as well. That's the budgetary year. This big push agenda, the big push project, etc. The president even described it as setting the place ablaze, a construction site, literally, so to speak. Which ones are of priority to you, for which you would want, based on the preferences and the importance for those projects, should be completed on time, so that it will at least ameliorate or improve the situation of commuters or drivers?
Okay, so we have different levels of problems in terms of our roads. The biggest problem we have is the fact that as a country, though we have 16 regions, some of the regions are so deprived of road infrastructure, and that there are many regional capitals that even if you were a regional minister trying to coordinate with the national capital, you find it difficult. Today, if the regional minister in Wa is called by the chief of staff to come for a consultation on something, if he misses a flight from Wa and needs to drive all the way on the Western Corridor all the way to Accra, that would be seen as a level of punishment because that road is not in good shape. So prior to the election, the president set out clearly what he was going to do with road in his road master plan, which he called the Big Push. And that is basically to say that he is going to address the trunk road, which is like the spine of the country, as a first step of intervention. So he talked about the Western Corridor, right from Wenchi to Sola to Hamile, the Eastern Corridor from Tama through Peki, Have, Hohoe, all the way through to Pasa, Utidamanko, and then heading towards Bintri, all the way to the border with Burkina Faso. And then the Central Corridor, right from Accra, Kumasi, and all the way through Tamale, and then veer off towards Bolga again. And then the east-west connection, Wa to Bolga, Sola through Damango, back to Tamale, and then Aflau to Elubo. So those are the spine project he described as the first line of the big push. So in doing that, it will automatically touch every region. So that was studied, designed, costed. The finance minister got the details, budgeted for it. We went to Parliament, sought multi-year commitment, declared that we're going to use our oil and mineral revenue and allocated it in the budget, and said that by the year 2020, end of 2027, these first phase of Big Push project should be completed. In addition to the Dambai Bridge, which is a major crossing, and a Chiamanfo Bridge. This morning, when I get back to the ministry, I'll be signing the contract for the contractor to commence work on the Chiamanfo Bridge. It's about 3 kilometers. It will be the biggest and the longest bridge in our country. And I say all these things.
So it's crossing over from one end to the other?
To the other.
Which of the rivers? The Volta?
Yes, I mean, it's, you know, the Volta River has got different names at different places. So when you are in
it's
Oti,
one of its tributaries?
Exactly. When you are in Oti, part of that is called Oti River, but actually it's part of the Volta that gets all the way there. And so that is what we are doing. And also one of the significant stalled project, which he did in 2016. I remember I was in Parliament when we moved a motion for the Japanese to help us build the Volivo Bridge. He's gone and come back. That bridge is not been done. Last week, we more or less concluded a negotiation for the funding gap to be closed by the Japanese grant. Somewhere this year, middle of this year, the actual construction of the Volivo Bridge itself will start, and within 3 or 4 years, it will be completed. So the president has got big plans backed by our own money. And sometimes I say that we are doing all this at a time we cannot borrow. At a time we are unable to seek assistance from abroad because we are under IMF. And we are doing more than ever before. It tells you that sometimes it's not merely the shutting, the reason development doesn't come is not because of access to free money or money from abroad. It's about leadership. It's about a leader who is more efficient, who is not selfish, who actually addresses issues. A leader who actually saves money and apply that money to the things that needed to be done. So we are doing these things because we are spending on things that matter to people. We are not spending on things that are needless. That is why we are able to do
what you've mentioned so far, the bridge over those waters and those communities as well, how much are they costing the taxpayer?
So far, we have awarded about 50 billion cedis worth of work, and then if you give me the opportunity, I'll...
Across the country?
Yes, name them again. Those are the big ticket ones. And as I said, it touches every region. So for instance, I have a region, we are doing the Tepa Mabang Goso. It was an abandoned project. President Mahama said we should novate to a big push. Today, they are asphalting by Kofi Job. Work is ongoing. That work is due to be completed in a few months' time. In Ashanti region, the Kumasi Outer Ring Road, the contractor moved to side. They are doing cycling. It's a greenfield project. It's not an existing road to create the opportunity to detour around Kumasi. Currently, if you are even going to, let's say, Tamale, you are forced to go through to Swame Interchange, and which is what the problem was. When this project is completed, it will remove that bottleneck. And also, he asked us to take on the stalled Swame Interchange project as part of Big Push. The contractor's outstanding certificate to be paid so that we can do that. In Bono region, the Sunyani Outer Ring Road, which he actually started and was abandoned for 8 years, we are back to do a complete loop around Sunyani, which is a very important project, also on site going. In Bono East, the Techiman and Konsia Wenchi Road. The central region, the dualization of Winneba Cape Coast. Eastern region, the Chiamanfo Bridge I talked to you about, and the Kwehu Tafo, and a number of projects going on. The Greater Accra, Dodo Afienya, and then Motorway, Central University, and a number of them. Northeast, the rehabilitation of the Bintri-Napanduri Road, also ongoing now. Northern region, the construction of the third ring road around Tamale. OT region, the construction of the Dambai Bridge. By the way, contract have been executed. Contractor is mobilizing to site to do the Dambai Bridge. In the same vein, the Eastern Corridor, the OT section, the west section actually, which used to be Pasa towards OT Damanko, the contractor, China Jiangxi, is back on site. All those big gullies have been filled. Work is ongoing. You can send your camera to see for yourself. The Savannah, Winchi to Sola, Upper East, Navrongo, Tumu, Upper West, Tumu, Han, Laura, Volta region, Atimpoku, Ho, Aflau, Western region, dualization of Cape Coast, Takrady, Northern, Northwest, construction of Dadieso, Akontombra. So, in effect, the principle behind the first phase of the big push is to interconnect the regions to the national capital using the trunk road. We are doing a lot more than the trunk roads currently, but this is the principle by which we arrived at the first phase of President Mahama's intervention on roads for the first
It's good you mentioned we're still doing this as a country while not going externally to borrow, etc.
Yes.
So then the contractors will be asking the question, assurances of payment on time. What are the benchmarks you've set? How are you prioritizing the payment of contractors, big push, as well as those who do the feeders, etc., those that are not captured on the big push?
Okay, President Mahama does not think that big push is an alternative to a feeder road. They are complementary. So at the same time he's doing big push, if you notice that he announced a 1,000-kilometer feeder road program, which we are supposed to do with the World Bank. That road is supposed to identify the most economically viable centers of productivity in terms of agriculture, to be linked to the trunk roads, the big push project. That will be a very important intervention. With regard to how we prioritize in terms of payment and other things, unlike in 2017, when our brothers in NPP took a policy decision to suspend projects they inherited, especially Cocoa Road, claiming they were doing audit. And by the time they finished, they never showed an iota of truth of whether anything went wrong with Cocoa Road. But unfortunately, many of the roads deteriorated. And I attribute part of the collapse of the Cocoa Road project to that reckless decision taken by the previous government. President Mahama did the opposite by adhering to the Constitution, Article 35(7), which falls under the directive principles of state policy. That, let me paraphrase, when you inherit a government of Ghana under whichever party, you are supposed to, as much as possible, take steps to continue projects and programs you inherited. As a result, President Mahama directed that no ongoing project should be cancelled or suspended. And indeed, the first thing I did when I went around the country is to encourage every contractor to keep faith with the state, continue to work, and you'll be paid. And I must say that out of that, a lot of contractors are beginning to have faith in the country again and go back to site and work. And the President Mahama's promise was backed by the fact that as of 31st December 2025, his finance minister have paid arrears. By the way, you know we owed arrears in excess of 40 billion. Paid arrears,
including Cocoa Roads,
yes,
etc.
Yes, the payment we made did not include Cocoa Road, but he paid close to 10 billion. And this 10 billion payment of arrears are projects awarded by the previous government, the NPP government. So when people say that all parties are the same, I vehemently oppose that. NDC is not like NPP. We are nationalistic. We don't discriminate. A government came, suspended road project, witch hunted for 3 years and never showed any evidence of any wrongdoing. Another government comes and says that we are not interested in that. Just focus on the things that matter to the people, the store project, resuscitate them, go to site, and get them paid. So the 10 billion that is paid is all works awarded by President Akufo-Addo, and we encourage other contractors to keep working. Once you raise certificate, we raise the revenues, you'll be paid. You do not need to visit the Minister for Road and plead for your payment. I don't need you to come there. Once
Really?
you are valid, no. Why do you need me? I'm not.
But contractors are used to going to Ghana Authority, the roads ministry.
We want to change that. There's no reason for you to.
So what's the modus operandi now?
Your payment, if it's arrears, is validated, and the database is in the Give Me system. Once revenue is raised, the money is automatically paid into your bank account. I, as a road minister, I don't make payment. I don't sign checks. I don't authorize. I only authorize certificates. I only endorse certificates. I don't make payment. So you don't need to know my house. You don't need to call me to plead for your payment to be made, because that is not my job. My job is to focus coordinating with my technical staff to fix the road, raise certificate, and send that certificate to the agencies of state that make actual payment.
And you mentioned the roads which are of priority, yes, and then the ones that, whether they're feeder or not, are all part of the whole volume of Big Push as we have it. If we're talking about the need to have additional funding,
yes,
and then also talk about how we can perhaps do proper ring fencing and refinancing of our roads, shouldn't we be having perhaps private sector come in? And at what stage do you think that it is prudent? Because you're an industry person while being a minister as well.
Well, it would have been good if we had the ability to get funding from elsewhere. But don't forget, extra funding in terms of loans and other things come with their additional cost as well. So sometimes I ask myself whether being under IMF was a curse or was actually good news, because now we have been forced to bring the best out of ourselves. Who would have thought that a government past government that cannot do anything without coming to Parliament to borrow? Every single thing we needed to do, borehole, everything, even borrow money to pay LEAP. A government came and had no access to that level of reckless borrowing and is able to do more ambitious, realistic things that matter to the people of our country. So it is not merely the fact that the private sector should come in. At the moment, we don't have the opportunity to engage private sector. People come to me, I have a financier in China, I have a financier in Belgium, I have a financier. The news is we are under IMF. We are not having the ability to do those things. But even as we don't have the ability to do those things, President Mahama is still going on to implement this project, which we are dealing with. The total cost of the first phase of the Big Push project is in excess of 50 billion and is financed within the budget.
50 billion?
Yes, 50 billion. And it's a better expenditure than spending $100 million on the cathedral project. And without doing politics, there's nobody, even the most insane person in this country, wouldn't say that it would have been better to prioritize the building of a cathedral rather than fixing the abandoned project between Adenta and Dodowa. I think Ghanaians know what they want. And that is how they spoke quite clearly on the 7th of December 2024. They abhorred all the maladministration, the arrogance, and the recklessness in taking a decision on behalf of the people by giving an overwhelming endorsement to President Mahama, giving him an endorsement that don't be like the government that passed, because we abhorred the way they did things. So be different. Your reset must mean that you do things differently, and that is exactly what he is doing.
Okay. The president said you should pay contractors. Was it in excess of 1 billion, or is it the 10 billion that you've paid recently?
Okay, the 10 billion is a government of Ghana portion of arrears. Currently, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund is also in the process of paying for the road maintenance we do, that maintenance work, minor works. Roland, we are owing people 6,000 cedis from 2020, 2022 for cutting the roadside.
That long?
Yes. Cutting roadside. Sometimes elderly people, 80 years, 85 years old, work 6,000 Ghana cedis I'm talking about. So Friday, we paid the first batch of 10 million Ghana cedi to clear all those things. And
you mean 10 billion?
10 million.
10
because
million.
They are 6,000. I mean, sometimes, and they are in the bulk of the contractors or service providers in this country. So on daily basis, payments are going to address. And how did we do it? Their certificates have been validated, loaded onto the Give Me system. So if you give an instruction to the computer, pay everybody that is owed 200,000 cedi, automatically the transfer is made to their account. They don't need the minister. It is simply because your data exists. If you go and say, okay, the next batch paid everybody who is owed up to 2 million Ghana cedi, because it's in the system, you just need, so you don't even need to come to me and ask me, am I going to be paid? Because I don't have access to the data as to about 1,000 contractors in the system, because I don't even need to look at that data. That is how President Mahama is resetting even payment of contractors.
The big projects are important, of course, inherited, but still continuing. We have the Kaswa Winneba stretch. We have the motorway as well. A lot of inconveniences. How are you liaising with the contractors to make sure that the inconveniences are being communicated to the public and the road users as well?
I think this is a very, very important question you asked. The exits from Accra or entries to Accra, the main ones, the most important one, the Ofankor, was one of the projects that was abandoned, as I said in the past, because the contractors' unpaid bill or in excess of $80 million. The president and then the public rightly were unhappy, and demonstrations and everything. The president directed that that contract be paid, and the full payment has been made, and the contractor made a commitment to finish that project around April this year. So it's a good thing. Then Kaswa Winneba, as you talked about, also inherited from the previous government. Contractor was on site. The works were, they also owed a lot of money, and people complained about the fact that we did not leave the existing carriageway. We were combining the expansion and then the rehabilitation at the same time, which created a mess. That contractor has also been paid. What we rather did was to novate that contract as a big push, and then now ask the contractor, instead of doing a runabout at Winneba Junction, to turn it into an interchange, and rather give him a new extension from Winneba to Mankesim. But having learned the lessons from Kaswa to Winneba in terms of the way the programming and the execution was done, we asked the contractor not to touch the existing road, rather build the additional road. When they are completed, we switch the traffic onto the new one, and then they can come back there. So that is why you don't see much complaint about Winneba to Mankesim, which is a better way of doing it. Then when you come to Accra Tema motorway, also because under normal circumstances, the main carriageway would have been there, but because the contractor needed to do extension of culvert and actually build an intersection on it, we are tampering with the main carriageway. That is what is leading to the diversions and other things. I only plead with the public that whilst we are doing this, there will be some inconveniences. So bear with us. We are going to continue and work expeditiously to make sure it's completed on time. And then the motorway towards Central University, as you know, was by a British company, BHM. That project stalled partly because of the debt restructuring. That is, they were supposed to do the service lanes, and then the tranche 2 was supposed to be the main carriageway. Because they were unable to perform, partly due to the debt restructuring, we have decided to include that project, the outstanding work, the tranche 2, to a Ghanaian contractor, First Sky Limited, who is one of the leading construction firms, and they are on site working. Local. And we are confident that he should be able to finish that project ahead of the 2027 end deadline that has been given to them. So that is also part of big push now. That is the First Sky section. And then Ashama Runabout, all the way to Atimpoku, which is by Inzag, the most difficult of the exits, simply because, including yesterday, we have to interact with the contractors, the consultant, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the managing director of ECG, and then Mr. Pepena, and my own former colleague in Parliament, Galus, who is the managing director of Ghana Water, who came to the ministry to help us coordinate the relocation of the services. Roland, when that project was signed and a start and a completion date was established, there was no clear plan as to relocate the services. So today...
That's the utilities.
The utilities. We have major utilities to be relocated, and that was not done before contractor was given possession of the site. The water from Pong runs to a part of Accra, runs along that route. And because we are expanding the road, we need to create a new a supply line outside of the main road corridor. None of it was done. So you see that the contractor is struggling to work, but we directed the contractor. The road is from Ashama Runabout all the way to Atimpoku. You cannot use an excuse of not working at Ashama Runabout, because what about Asituari Junction all the way to Atimpoku? There's no hindrance. So we directed them, please, if you have problems at Ashama Runabout, move to other sections while we resolve this. So those are the...
Has the contractor agreed? You're still discussing with them?
Of course. They don't have to agree.
Which entity is the contractor on the road?
Which
entity or firm?
It's called Inzag. It's a German company. If you remember, the original road from Tema to that side, I think was done by Waste and Freight Act many years ago. So I think the Germans love that road. Yeah, exactly. Love that road. And we are working together with all of them to make sure it is completed. It's not part of Big Push. It's a loan agreement. The actual loan agreement part has fallen off, but the concession and other ones are still being used.
If that is the case, it also means that for those sections, we have other arterial roads and connecting roads, which all across the country, people want to be done.
Yes.
Do you think that the emphasis on the trunk roads, the main roads, is also having a certain consideration being made for those arterial roads? And how are you doing that?
Certainly. So even if you take the road which we are talking about now, Ashama about to, Atimpoku, when you get to Kuse Junction, you turn right, you are going back to Somanya and other things, isn't it? That road is under contract, it's supposed to be...
Into Somanya?
Yes, exactly. But nobody is talking about it. And even from Somanya all the way back to cross this same road at, I don't know whether it's called Pong or something like that. Pong. It's also under contract being done. We are doing many other projects which is not like big in terms of the size of Big Push. So we are not talking about. Even your own Ashama.
Yes.
Afariwa Junction.
Thank you. Let me cross my leg.
Yes, Afariwa Junction.
So let me count it. Afariwa Junction.
But have you seen work going on?
Yes, I've seen some
exactly.
work. But we want it sped up.
The contractor is working. The reason you don't see it at much speed is simply because they are doing drainage structures. They are doing concrete work. And when you cast concrete, you need to give it time to cure before and things like that.
What about Jekwejo to Santor Road?
Yes.
You got connecting Boteman, Santor, School Junction.
Very, very important. I think Just More is a very strong contractor. Is working on it. It's the same thing. They are doing drainage structures and other things, but all that will be done because it's a very, very important connection. In fact, right from East Legon and back to Ashama, that is the most important. Even all the way you can cross over the bridge to Community 18 and back to Tema and all those things. And these are all things that have been done. But we don't talk much about them because they are not the big ticket items, but they are equally very important.
All right. So we'll talk about the smaller roads, etc. But let's talk about two main things. The big one, the one you announced from Accra to Kumasi.
Yes.
The one that's supposed to do the bypass,
yes,
which is being resisted, so to speak.
Yes.
Francis Asenso Boache, for example, has a concern. Of course, we know that's been addressed.
Had a concern.
Or had a concern. You've resolved it.
I didn't resolve it. He came back to clarify.
Okay.
Of course, he was on the wrong side of history by actually putting a pen to paper to state a position.
Okay.
Being a member of parliament, the biggest platform you can have is not your pen, it's the mic in front of you in parliament.
Okay.
And so he raised concerns, and then, as it turns out, say that President considered not doing the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. But later, he's a member, as having served as a former minister of road and highways, his voice counts in terms of the discourse on roads. So when he spoke, people were surprised, and I saw on platforms from Kumasi and everything, and I must tell you, from what I read, it was not good reading. If he was reading it, he would have realized that he didn't have a constituency to back him to resist the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. So he actually later clarified that his concern was that the ongoing bypasses on Accra-Kumasi Road were going to be neglected. But since he heard President Mahama give assurance that they will be completed, and I also came to Parliament to say this, his concerns have been addressed. For that reason, he has no objection to the construction of the Accra-Kumasi Express Road.
Kojo Ponkroma, your own colleague in Parliament as well, also former Minister of State, also criticized and says that we didn't have feasibility done, the cost of the project, etc. Where are we at?
Okay, I'm not sure whether he saw a contractor on site to talk about feasibility. We have been clear and communicated this clearly, that it's a greenfield project. What are the reasons? The ECOWAS protocol that we all work with right now on road infrastructure suggests that the integration we call for should not be just president meeting in Abuja or some places periodically dialoguing on abstract things. We have gotten to a stage where the integration must go beyond politics and begin to spur investment, job creation, industrialization. One of the ways to do it is to interconnect us by road. Today, Casapreco is producing in other countries in the sub-region. They might need to bring some product back into Ghana. Some Ghanaian pharmaceutical companies are producing products here and selling in other parts of the sub-region. You need to sell these things or bring these goods on road. So they have a master plan to do Abidjan-Lagos corridor. And they are saying that their road infrastructure should be that it shouldn't be road that go through communities where we have a school on the left-hand side of the community and then the clinic on the other side. Then people are walking across. It should be highways that facilitate direct the transfer of goods and services. For that reason, we should do alternative roads, and the roads must pay for themselves. So whilst you have a road going from Accra to Kumasi, going through communities that you have no choice to slow down, to stop, another thing for people to go off. When we are building this, bearing in mind the ECOWAS protocol, it should take into consideration the avoidance of all these things. So the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is not to say that we are going to stop using the existing carriageway. We are supposed to complete it and give it as an alternative. Somebody may decide that I'm going to Kumasi, but I don't mind spending 6 hours. Somebody will say that I want President Mahama's 2.5 hours journey on the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. I don't mind paying 100 Ghana cedi to be on that road and get to Accra, Kumasi on time. So we are creating an alternative for that road. So the existing road will be completed and the Accra-Kumasi Expressway.
For efficient of time, productivity, etc.
So we are doing feasibility currently. So contractors will go to site only when the feasibility, design, and cost is established. Roland, President Nkrumah built 19 kilometers of Accra-Tema motorway. And we have never forgotten that level of ingenuity, that level of patriotism. Imagine if President Mahama builds almost 200 kilometers of similar road between Accra and Kumasi. That is the level of research we are talking about. That is the level of investment President Mahama is doing. That is why I say that he will go down in history as the person who did the biggest ever investment on road infrastructure in our country.
Very ambitious.
Of course.
Okay. What sums are we talking about? Amount? Millions? Billions? How much?
Well, based on existing project awarded and are being awarded, because the feasibility and the design is not yet out, because it's a greenfield, the engineers are going through the forest, the Galamsey site, the riverbeds, and other thing. Don't forget, we are having about 8 interchanges and 3 major river crossings on that road. Putting out a figure, then there will be a headline that Kwame Abuja said it is 10 cities. Now, why is it 20 cities? We are looking at a figure around 3 billion, 4 billion. It is just a ballpark because the design and the costing is not yet out. I'm just saying this based on a normal
so,
base.
envisagely, when do you hope to start this? Is it end of 2026, beginning of 2027, end of 2027, beginning of 2028?
As soon as the report of the feasibility is out, I know the finance minister is already making preparations for that in terms of funding. As soon as that report is out, which we are expecting to be out somewhere June, July, contractors should the process of procurement will start. So somewhere in the course of this year, that project should start.
And I remember the first time you came here, you said it will be in lots. It will be in lots.
Yeah, based on the
different contractors.
Yes, based on where, of course, different because of the size. It could be in lots, or it depends on the way the feasibility turns out. If we need to do it through 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, that will be determined when we get to that junction.
So I'm going over the promises you made.
Okay.
You said there will be digital tolling,
yes,
weight bridges,
yes,
way bridges, etc. Yeah. Real-time axle load points.
Yes.
You're going to tighten the corruption around it, yes, to ensure that we have value for money, etc. Where are we at?
Yes. So the first one, which is the
digital tolling.
Yes. We are at the last stage where 3 entities are providing their financial and technical information to the committee. Upon that, I expect that that will be the conclusion, and then a concessionaire will be selected. I also said in the past that if it gets to a point where 2 or 3 bidders come, or let's say 2 bidders submit, and 1 bidder's financial proposal appears to be more superior, but technical proposal is not that strong, but another one comes with a much more fit-for-purpose technical proposal, we would encourage the 2 to see whether they can form a JV. All we want is Ghana to benefit from the goodness of the 2 worlds. So we can encourage them to form a JV and work together. And indeed, in the process of that, we are going to have a resolution to the unhealthy situation of overloading on our road. If we put in all the investment and we don't check overloading, Roland, the investment will go to waste. We cannot allow few people who are ready to always do the wrong thing to take all of us for a ride. We have already started taking steps. Let me just remind people that out of the fees and charges that have been approved in Parliament already, the penalty for overloading, which used to be 5,000, is now 50,000. We haven't started the implementation.
Say this again. Let's say from Tema Harbour.
Yes.
Because I'm used to Tema.
Yes.
so from Tema Harbour, they overload.
Yes.
They get to an axle load point,
yes,
or the threshold,
yes,
on a major highway.
Yes.
They're going to pay how much?
Currently, they pay 5,000 cedis. And because it's not punitive enough, they make provision to do all sorts of things and keep going. That 5,000 is now approved in Parliament to be 50,000. Currently, when you overload your truck, what they give, if you go to the axle load station along the motorway now, you see big trucks, majority of them foreign registered trucks are parked there because they've overloaded, and they are now being asked to offload the excess portion of the goods. And then they should bring another vehicle to cut the excess goods. We are working with Ministry of Transport under the LI 2180, that instead of asking them to bring another vehicle to cut the excess good, we confiscate the excess good, auction it, and give the money to Road Maintenance Trust Fund.
As a punitive measure.
As a punitive measure. And I repeat, it is not a levy. It is punishment for offending the law. We hope these and other punitive measures will serve as a deterrent to stop people from damaging the roads, which you and I have made so much investment in building.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. We'll use that for question and answers from our audience.
No problem.
So this one is from Devon Williams on our stream. Says that the road leading from Boti Falls to Klo Agogo is so bad that it's difficult to apply. And then one is also asking, there's a bridge you promised around the Uti area. Is it over the Volta?
Yes, yes.
That bridge.
Yeah.
The one that wants to create a semblance of the one we have at Kosombo. That's Adomi Bridge, and then San Francisco.
Okay. Well, the Boti Falls, those are exactly the kind of road President Mahama is calling the economic feeder road. So if a road goes to an economically important tourism site, agro processing, the cocoa growing area, mining area, those are the roads he's prioritizing under the 1,000 kilometers. So it could fall under that and be worked on. The bridge, I think, the
Dambai Bridge.
It's called the Dambai Bridge. It's been awarded to a contractor, Maripoma. Okay. We had a project portfolio review with them last week, And they are mobilizing to site. They have 3 years to execute that project.
Dambai Bridge.
Dambai Bridge.
Maripoma.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there are 3 major bridges that are part of President Mahama's big push, 2 big push program, and another one by the Japanese. So the long-standing Volivo Bridge, we concluded the negotiations last week. So sometime this year, the construction of the actual bridge will start. It's the one that looks like the San Francisco bridge. Because it's a cable stay bridge. The Dambai Bridge is not a cable stay bridge. It's a bridge sitting on columns and beams. And the same will be, but the biggest of all of them will be the bridge at Eastern Region, Echi-Amanfo, which is about 3 kilometers.
Echi-Amanfo, 3 kilometers.
Yes, and I'm
also,
signing that
also
contract.
over a water body.
Exactly. I'm signing that contract this morning.
This morning?
Yes.
Who is the contractor?
I have to go through the ministry.
Okay,
to see
because we want to keep tabs so that we'll send our cameras there quickly.
Yes.
So this one is coming from Santos Jahil, who says that you didn't include Atebubu to Kwame Danso. I think it's in Sena West.
Yes.
They said they are your babies, that constituency.
Yes.
Since 1992. They are complaining.
Exactly. In fact, the president even spoke to me about it just this weekend when we went for a church service somewhere. They are all covered. They are all being worked on, and in the next few months, contractors will be selected through a process to start work on it. I must admit that road has suffered too much of missed starts, and then it's a high time we get it done, and that's it. So our people in that section, all the way through Donkokrom, help is on the way because President Mahama wants to fix it.
You're under a lot of pressure. Somebody from Western North says that a lot of the cocoa growing areas in Western North, Western region are bad. And so which major projects do you have there?
Okay, so the big push I talked about in Western North is that DSO Akontombra. But there are so many other roads there. The misfortune of roads in Western North is that a lot of them were on Cocoa Road. And once NPP messed up the whole thing, they've been abandoned and the road have gotten worse than they were before. We are picking them all up one after the other. There are even some that are already under schedule for big push, and contractors will move to site. And beyond the big push, some of them are going to be done.
This one is from Kwame Ewa, who says that you had said there will be audit of Cocoa Roads. Where's the report?
Not me.
Who said
it was NPP in 2017 who actually suspended as a policy almost all road projects and said we're doing audit of Cocoa Road, and actually told a lot of untruths. And then you remember consistently I asked questions in Parliament, I came here and put them. They never actually published any audit of the Cocoa Road report that they brought. What happened was that because they didn't find anything, they were afraid of actually making it public. But Roland, the difficulty is that as a result of the suspension of that, many of the roads went bad because contractors were on road. Somebody did a primer seal, was about to seal the road. You told him to stop because you are doing investigation. The road went bad. So maybe one day, the former chief executive of Cocoa Board and others, not punishment, should be called before a panel to be asked how about their stewardship at Cocoa Board, especially with regard to Cocoa Road program, and whether he feels proud about what he did with Cocoa Board, where out of the Cocoa Road programs alone, Cocoa Board nearly collapsed because of the recklessness and lack of focus. Instead of growing and harvesting and selling cocoa, taking care of cocoa farmers, they focus more on awarding Cocoa Road. That is why the President of the Republic, President Mahama, directed that Cocoa Board currently is barred from engaging in any Cocoa Road business. Cocoa Board will always have interest in Cocoa Road, identify, fund and other things, but they should not indulge in award and all those things. That is how we will solve that problem.
Okay. This one is from Omar, who says, Semenye, barrier to Halfasini. Do you know all the roads in Ghana? Because they keep asking you about town roads.
I know some.
Okay.
I don't know all.
Semenye, barrier to Halfasini.
Those I don't know the exact
the
program
specific place.
on that.
Okay, so you give us an update on it as well. And the Bog also took Prisia Road.
Very, very, very important road.
PK.
Yes, very, very important road. That road was awarded not too long ago. The contractor mobilized to site, and started work and stopped work. I had a conversation with the contractor 2 days ago and yesterday. I take note of the fact that our people in that area have been unhappy, and I saw a press interaction between the respected chief and the media on that. And I totally agree with the chief that it is not fair for the contractor not to be working. Indeed, I was asked a question in Parliament, of which I responded by saying that the contract has been awarded on contract and the contractor will be on site. It turns out the contractor went to site and stopped. So Nananum and my people there, we have not abandoned it. We are going to make sure that the project, the contractor comes back to site to complete the work. I agree that that project is I think it's just about 23, 24 kilometers length. It's not a long stretch of road. So we are coming to deal with the Bogoso Prestia Road for our people.
John Bosco Akotia says Lugba Vunta to Vekolonu Road.
Yes, those are
lots of pressure.
Those are roads in the part of Volta region.
Okay.
And then roads going to all Damejope and all those things are being worked on.
Tamale to Bolga road dualization.
Tamale to Bolga. The first section is actually Tamale to Savelugu, Savelugu to Waliwali. Is the infamous situation where our former vice president was encouraging an Indian contractor to work at least from Savelugu to Waliwali, and we paid that contractor almost $30 million as mobilization. He took our money and did no work and left. And I'm sure that whenever, if he wins to become a flag bearer, he should spend more time getting his preferred Indian contractor who took our $30 million to bring back the money or come and do some work. He's spending too much time on his campaign. He should spend a bit more time trying to persuade his favorite contractor to bring back our $30 million.
All right. The number of roads, Jene to Sampa Road, we have Kofodia to Sohum, and then this one is of concern to me. I live in the area. So Ashama and Dabri to Ajekwejo Santo, that stretch.
Jene to Sampa, Rango is working there currently. They've started working on it. So and indeed, there's a lot of cashew grown from that section. So it's such a critical road. And all these roads you are talking, you spoke about are programmed by President Mahama.
All right, 1,500 people watching us currently, and the message is just coming. So the last question, because we have to end, will be, prior to the 2016 election, we saw a lot of, is it inner city roads?
Yes.
Continued by a number of individuals, members of parliament, as well as even the MPP, dualization, as well as asphalting of inner city roads, overlays, as people call it. Okay. Do you have a special program for that? The ones that we woke up by 10 hours time or 6 hours time, the roads were covered.
And then 6 months time, the covered, asphalt covered sections
were defaced.
They're defaced.
Well.
Simply because the problems that led to the bad nature of the road, which is the base, were not treated. We just covered them. So we are trying to deal with them differently now. So there are many, many interventions. You are talking about mainly urban roads. That is why I asked you whether you saw some work going on in Ashama and other areas. We are doing many things currently, but there are too many to repeat. But we will get to a point where we are not yet at a point to do asphaltic overlay. We don't want to just, asphalt is expensive. We think that where the road has shown defect, we need to test and find out whether there's a problem with the base before we top up. Because it's just like having maybe malaria and taking paracetamol. You are curing the symptoms of, one of the symptoms of malaria, which is the headache and feverishness you are feeling. But what the mosquito put in you, which led to the malaria, also needed to be treated. So we want to treat the root cause of those defects on the road before we deal with them. Things like, how do you call it, Independence Square all the way through Labadi, Teshi to Junction Mall. You can see that we are doing some intervention. We would speed up those processes. Getting to Christmas, we dealt with the Maleda Day. We started dealing with Maleda Day in front of the Labadi Beach Hotel, the bridge, Peshi area, and now we all even opened up. In the past, if you are heading to Tama, when you get to the flyover, you need to do a detour to the left-hand side and turn around before you can go to Tama. Before Christmas, we opened it up so you can go directly there, but we need to finish the interchange itself and finish the bridge, the abandoned one side of the bridge, which is around Teshi. All those things are going to be worked on in the course of this year.
Okay, the Ayamfuri Road, have you captured it?
Yeah,
It's a very popular road.
Yes.
I've heard it in every budget. All right. Okay, so thank you very much as a result of that. You know that we've had concerns about transportation in urban communities, etc. Of course, you are for roads. So you construct the roads, yet we can't get cars to commute people. Is this something that bothers you?
It's a combination of things. And I think that if you read the National Transport Policy, we are supposed to be taking steps to address these things in a joined-up thinking. In the first term of President Mahama, he was solving this. That is the whole point of the BRT, Bus Rapid Transit System. And we're building dedicated lanes for the buses. He bought 100 or more, more than 100 buses, which were all abandoned. The situation currently is that we are registering a lot more vehicles, and so we don't have enough space to drive them. But whilst we work on improving the intersection, changing the roundabouts, traffic light to interchanges and other things, we need to begin to introduce alternatives. Every country that has got issues with population and vehicular traffic also introduces a much fit-for-purpose public transport system, light railway, trams and other things. That is what led to the infamous Sky Train, if you remember, and somebody took our $2 million and did nothing. So there's a program to be rolled out, but this is just the first year of President Mahama's government that passed. So as we go on, his other flagship programs to address road transport would be adored by the respective ministries and made known to the public.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I know you're a busy person. The contractors say you are difficult. You come to work at 5:30 a.m.
Not 5:30, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Why do you go to work so early?
Because the work is a lot, and to catch up, we need to spend more time. And I want to thank all my staff who have to endure all this. And in the morning, you can notice that you do a little bit more work, because when people finish having lunch, the conversation is a bit different. So we try to do things early in the morning. The president directs that we should all be up and doing and work hard. And even if we need to do overtime to make sure we deal with people's concern, that is what we will do.
Okay. Let me say good morning to Frank Fia as well, Jude Akbemava, who are his assistants. And then there are some ladies in your office there,
Yes,
two of them.
Yes. They are staff of the agencies that have been transferred to work with me. And they are very hardworking, and I appreciate what they do for me.
Esther and then who? Stella.
Yes, Esther.
Okay, great. Esther, Auntie Stella, and then Esther.
Yeah.
Wishing you all the best for the day as well. But we wish you all the best.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
So that will be our interaction with Kwame Gavin Zagboja, who foremostly is the Roads Minister and also doubles as the Member of Parliament for Adaklu. Having an interaction with us is the second he's had within the spate of time he's been appointed right here on TV3 Newday. We'll be monitoring some of the specific projects and the numbers he mentioned by way of the figures, etc. And we'll get to see whether progress is ongoing as he promised. In the meantime, make sure that you stay in touch with us. I'm talking about TV3. We're across social media as well, TV3 Ghana. And then also we'll be here same time tomorrow as you also get to watch us. Bye-bye.